check. Raz, dwa. Halo. jsme zpátky.
No, but you know, I come from the Middle East, and we speak with our hands. And if you speak with your hands, if you speak with your hands with a microphone, you keep on. I'm not. Sorry. Yeah, but we're humans, and we just. Hey, okay. So it's only the two of us, huh? Mike. Oh.
morning to those who are watching us and to all the people in the room. Thank you for showing up. It's not irony. This first talk or panel this morning was supposed to be about people from multiple political parties, not biased parties, showing up and talking about differences and problems in their parties. In the end, sadly, we don't have the speakers who are supposed to be online. So it's going to be just me and Guy Preller from the Israeli Pirates. I'm Miguel from the Czech Pirates. I would say two very different countries and two very different parties as well. Would you care to introduce yourself maybe at the start?
Yeah, with pleasure. First of all, thank you for having me here. I can share that it's up to now it's a very interesting. Sorry, closer to the mic. I apologize about keeping my hands free. I have a tendency to try to do that. So yeah, my name is Guy Preller. I'm originally from Israel. Centered in Berlin in the last 9 years. I'm an artist, mainly. This is what I do. And I'm one of the members and one of the founders of the Israeli Pirate Party, a board member. Next to being away, like it's a challenging position, but it's a legit one in our party. Yeah, generally this is it. And it's very important for me to say and to share. I don't know, it was a bit vague for me yesterday, but of course I'm a delegate of a party, but I sit on this stage as a private person. And my opinions and my thoughts that I share here represent myself.
Same here.
So, it's very important for me to keep it like that. And in a way, I can share that for me, this idea of staying myself within the politics, it's an important point, important issue. The party is not bigger than me. I serve her as she serves me, but we're connected, but we're not the same. Maybe it's obvious to everybody, but I want to be clear with that.
Okay, maybe I'll introduce a little bit about myself and the Czech Pirates. The Czech Pirate Party was established in 2009. I joined in 2012. Ever since the start, I was a member of the Foreign Department, which was like the biggest interest of mine. It took only 10 years for me to become the head of the Foreign Department because nobody else wanted to do it.
So can you repeat this? Sorry,
it's hard to hear between us here, but I would say over the years I probably run in every election imaginable. I think all the elections that I'm allowed to run based on age, because you can't run for Senate or President until you're 40 in this country for some reason. So
you cannot be?
No.
Okay.
You can in Israel. Are there no age limits for elected office?
I need to seriously check myself about that, but from my understanding, no.
We, for some reason, even have a limit on how old you have to be to run for the Chamber of Deputies, the lower chamber, and it's 21 for some reason, even though everything else is 18 in this country. It doesn't really make sense, and it almost screwed us once. And we nominated somebody younger, and we didn't have any backups.
It's like the drinking time in the US, no? Maybe they quote it from that.
It's just strange. Like everything, like drinking age, driving age, everything is 18. You can die in the army at 18, but you can't run for the Chamber of Deputies until you're 21, which doesn't make sense. 3-year difference, nothing. I can probably. I would like us to say what the so far situation in the party is. I I think people watching this probably know that I would say the Czechs are not probably, obviously the most successful pirate party in the world because
Today, in our days.
nowadays certainly, yes. I would say the success started mainly in originally 2014 when we managed to get 4 members of the Prague City Council, not Council, Prague City Assembly. So 4 people got elected, but they were in the opposition. Afterwards, in 2017, we managed to get 22 out of 200 members of the lower chamber in the parliament. That was like the biggest step up for us because ever since you don't have to ask people, do you know who pirates are? Now it's about, no, we're not Nazis or communists or Marxists or neo-Marxists or whatever, or marijuana smokers or whatever label we get, but everybody knows we exist. Nobody just knows what we actually are because people are sadly uninformed often. And then in 2018 we had a success following the previous parliamentary election, and we got like 350 people elected all over the country into town halls, city halls.
Can you repeat the number that you got?
In 2018, we got elected to 300. We got like 350 people elected all over the country to town halls and city halls. And then last year also to the regional assemblies as well. So now we're representing on very much every level, and we have a few senators as well.
So I think first of all, maybe I will jump back to the idea of this panel. And actually it happened in a conversation between us. And you framed it, after we made this conversation, you framed it as, let's speak about pirate parties around the world, which is, I flowed with that, like I went with that because I'm curious. I think it's relevant and it's interesting. But I can share with our audience here that for me the question was framed in a way, yes, please. We're going to have another panelist.
Mob is coming from the Swedish pirates. Welcome.
So, yeah, maybe
finish what you want to
say.
say.
So just to frame my point of view of the conversation here, that I found myself really curious about pirates. It's a very sexy title. For me, I don't know. I think it's a good term. It's have a good, not totally known history. People can immediately take position against or in favor of it. But then again, I was thinking to myself, what exactly is, if you look at it as a general thing, like if you look at this movement, which is, and we have a real almost founder, like one of the first ones in Sweden that began this movement. It would be interesting to hear a little bit about it. But to try to understand what exactly really we speak about. When we speak about we are in a conference, which is an international conference, which supposed to be a meeting point and a reflecting point about who are we, okay? And I understood that I'm getting curious to understand, is there any general guidelines or point of view or observation that what is really in this container or in this and the idea was this, and I can share that I'm curious to, or I can share what I can share about the Israeli pirate experience. But in a way, I'm much more curious about trying to think forward. or to have a leap into the future or into the possible future of this movement that we are sharing, creating, and to try to focus on what exactly do we suggest. If maybe there's this table between us is the real border. Maybe, I don't know. It's a good question to openly speak about. And I think that the fact that the Israeli party is like if the Czech party is a sign for success in the politics, what we call politics today, and the Israeli Pirate Party does not consider a success in that sense. Like we do not gain power or political power through the elections from many reasons. We can speak about them later on. And I think it reflects on the situation of most or a lot of the pirate parties around the world these days. Like the Czech position is a unique one. Yeah, it stands out. It's very interesting to understand how you made it. Like you have the info, you just need to share. Like how did you manage to do that? It's very interesting. But what I wanted shortly, I will sum up. I'm really curious about trying to put into this talk the idea of, let's imagine where we are in 2050 and where we want to be there. Where are we heading?
Let's get back to that after Bob introduces himself.
Yes, hi, sorry for being late. My name is Matthias Bjernemalm, but that is shortened to Mob because it's shorter. And I'm a member of the Swedish Pirates. I'm not one of the founding members. I joined in April 2006, and by then the party had been up and running for 4 months. So I'm what we call a late arriver to the party. And I've been involved in the party in different levels ever since. Since 2011, I've been working full-time in the European Parliament, first as head of office for one of the Swedish members of the European Parliament, and later on as advisor on digital policy. And now I have the fancy title of a Pirate Party's network officer. And if you know what I'm supposed to do, feel free to tell me, because I've only had the role in 2 months, so I'm still figuring it out. But I'm happy if I can contribute with some perspective of the early phase of the pirate movement, because I had the fortune to be there for a lot of it. But I would start with answering your question. 50 years from now, I hope we no longer exist. I hope the pirate movement is done by then. Whatever change we bring to society, we can't wait 50 years. We have to hope that it comes sooner than that. The pirates were formed around the idea that technology is changing society, that digitalization is changing society, and that manifests in power shifting to information, that information becomes the most important power in society, and that we therefore need to transform society accordingly. To be honest, all pirates haven't entirely agreed on what that transformation would look like, but the core basic is to shift to give citizens the power over the information. The early two big fights around that was, of course, copyright reform to ensure that information wasn't locked away by greedy corporations, and privacy to ensure that the information about yourself was controlled by yourself and not by, well, early on the state, and now we see more and more big American tech companies being the ones having their fingers in your private information. The third and often forgotten early topic was, of course, patent reform, where the key to technology is locked away in patents, a system that was early on invented to encourage spread of innovation, but has then been perverted into a tool of restricting spread of information. And from there, this is basically the doctrine of 2006. And then over time, of course, we've seen how this conflict around information influences all parts of society and all parts of legislation. And we've slowly, and to some extent differently from country to country, have spread our platform. On the Czech pirates, I would say from an outsider, the Czech pirates are not unique. They are exceptional, but they're not unique. We have members of parliament in Luxembourg and on Iceland as well. Both of them are also what I would consider established political parties, in the sense that they have elected politicians and they have a clear, either they've stood for re-election or at least they're clear that they will get re-elected without any problem. That is what I would use as a definition of an established party.
Can I?
Yeah.
I would like to expand on the was it 2050 or 15 years from now? It doesn't matter, probably.
Let's hope it's 5 years from now.
I would disagree with you on the one that we hopefully won't exist anymore, because I hope we do, because I would say probably something like you said, maybe.
Today, let's imagine. Or so I would say, and this is what I would say, I want this election in my country coming in 1st of November, fifth time in the last 3.5 years that we're going into a state election situation, which, if you think about it, it's like it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's etc. But I would like it to be, in a way, again, my 20-year-old double, would like it to be the last election. I don't want the parliament to exist anymore, okay? I want you both to get fired.
You said something maybe radical. You used the word
I
maybe.
try to. If you don't interrupt me, I can continue that. Like, we want to take all of this platform off the desk and jump into the brave new world of direct democracy. Hey, I'm 20. I can say what I want. I'm ignorant. I don't know history, but I have dreams, and I want to live them. And I want to live not in a compromised world. I want to be responsible for the perfect coming world. Yeah, I think I'm curious to have this conversation also with this idea of utopia in mind. Personally, I find it very relevant. So if you can relate.
If I may first. um, direct democracy is one thing that we used to push a lot quite a few years back. But at least in Czech Republic, we just stopped. Because new, let's say, populist, I dare to say Nazi parties showed up. And they took this topic from us. But they don't want to have like a general referendum, have direct democracy on everything. They're just pushing it so we are able to leave via referendum from the EU and from NATO. And that they forced our hand to stop pushing direct democracy openly, at least in our party. And it's kind of shame, but I also lost a lot of faith in the general public. Like I think we're a party for like 10 to 15% of people at most, and I don't think we can really be any bigger than that. And in this country, half the people never voted.
This is the percentage.
Maybe not half, maybe 40% people never voted in an election because they just don't care. And I can't really imagine like if those people actually were galvanized by some populists probably and pushed towards a referendum. Do we want Euro? Do we want to leave the EU? Do we want to leave NATO? I have no idea how these people would actually vote, and it's scary. And it's the same in every country, like except for, I don't know, Belgium, where voting is compulsory. But yeah, I don't. And if you take the very much only successful example of quite direct democracy in the world, which to me is Switzerland. If you speak to Swiss pirates, they're not that thrilled about it either. Like they describe how it works. They know it works quite well, but Switzerland also has centuries of experience with being a republic. In a country of 30 years, as we are, it's very dangerous to push direct democracy at the moment. Like over time, the society has to develop to the point where it's useful.
I think we have one microphone too little up here, given how much we all like to speak. If you want direct democracy, you don't need to wait for that 20 years from now. There's already direct democracy parties in a lot of countries. You could get involved with them. They push for an agenda that is not the pirate agenda. Direct democracy was never a part of the pirate agenda. Some pirate parties, predominantly the German, Italian, and Catalan, pushed for different versions of liquid democracy, which is a version related but not directly the same as direct democracy.
It's a problematic one.
And most of them has since then either toned down or moved away from that stance. So there's always been pirates. Only do politics on elections doesn't mean that we have to abolish the electoral system as we have. There's tons of methods in between to ensure that concerns from citizens and participation from citizens can be taken into the political system and into the political decision making. We don't need to burn down the house, and it has never been the pirate stance to burn down the house. I'm very glad that people want to burn down the house because of the rubber band effect. If some people want to change everything, the few of us who are just a little bit radical seem to be less radical by comparison.
First, thanks for the info, and I think, but a statement like I really appreciate the fact that the Swedish Pirate Party was initiative party, but I would be not so fast with saying, hey, listen, this is, hey, dude, listen, this is us, and either be like that or invent something different. So I think if you deeply, or if you think about the idea, the the title of piracy, which is not, you can say, okay, meaningless. But I think if you go back to the idea of it, it describes outlaws living in a anarcho, kind of an anarcho situation, practicing direct democracy in a way. Okay, all the systems hate them and say bad things about them, but actually, probably this is the example that we use and we spread. Okay, we sit here underneath this title. This title is not just a title. It aims for something. Yeah? It aims like they were burning ships. Okay, they were engaging in a fight. They weren't in a situation that they were pleasantly speaking with the authorities. Yeah. So I know, and just to say about Switzerland, about as a example for direct democracy, I'm not sure that it's totally correct. I think it's a model for a hybrid situation. From the root up, which is a very important point, yeah. Because if I jump into technology and into the idea of practicing direct democracy, from above down, from up down, we have all the tools. Like in Israel, for example, we have a very strong site like gov.il, where actually, citizens can negotiate with the state very much directly on mostly about bureaucracy, and they stop it in the point of really feedbacking about subject of matters of governing. Yeah, but physically, in a certain way, we can do it. We can do it tomorrow. It's a matter of I think, Mike, you a little bit show. You say we don't want to do it because actually we don't trust the public. So we're on stage. We're very much open, and it's a problematic. Sorry for saying that up front. I say, listen. In that sense, the medium is the message, and if I don't trust the community that I live in to be right with basically my opinions, there's a problem. Or maybe I can do my best to change the public opinion, or I can go away to a different place that might suit me better. But to say, hey, I don't want to integrate direct democracy tools because I'm afraid of the consequences of that, you need to explain it here.
I said that I don't trust the public. Yes, I don't trust the public. Do you? Like, I don't trust anyone. But you have to take into consideration what I said before. Like, at least maybe 40% of the people in this country never voted. Half the people in this country and any other country have IQ below 100. So you can expect them to be quite easily influenced by populists. And for example, on the topic of the direct democracy, one of those parties, the main far-right populist party in this country is called SPD, Strana přímé demokracie, Party of Direct Democracy. But for them, it means only leaving the EU and NATO. And a lot of people about the same amount of people vote for them as for us. Which is scary.
Yeah, but like...
I think I don't think it's super useful to get bogged down in the discussion about direct democracy and the merits and flaws of that system. That's a discussion that has been had among pirates since 2009, and it will probably continue to happen as long as the movement exists. And that's one of the benefits of the movement. We are quite lenient with allowing different parts of the movement to experiment with different approaches to how to reform democracy and to try out what works best for them. If direct democracy is the way forward in one pirate party, it doesn't mean necessarily that it's the way forward in another. In some countries like Sweden, direct democracy parties have been around as long as the pirates, have always been separate. So for us, that was never really an issue because the people who wanted direct democracy went there and pushed for that. And being a pragmatist, if the people want that, they will vote for them, and then we should have it. That's how the electoral system works. So I'm more than happy to have direct democracy if that gets voted through. I don't think necessarily that Swedish pirates have to be the one pushing for it because it doesn't fit with our political program. I think it might fit with some pirate parties' political program, then they should do it. It might not fit with others. And I think the discussion about it might be fruitful for all pirate parties because it forces us to think about how democracy works and how we can improve it. Having said that, being a pirate is bigger than just tweaking with the tools of democracy. I think it's a mindset on how you look at the state and how you look at power within the state, that you realize that transparency is something that has to be seen in relationship to power, that you can always ask for transparency from the power, but you should ensure that that those in power don't necessarily have full access to transparency of the citizens, because that will just enshrine their power. That's another key fundament of the pirate movement. But I would want to go back to your notion that since the pirates of old experimented with different versions of direct democracy where they elected their ruler for a while, that therefore that is something that the pirates should emulate today. I think it draws too much on the romantic notion of pirates. We were not called the Pirate Party in Sweden or anywhere else early on because we wanted to emulate the pirate ships of the Caribbean. We were called the Pirate Party because we were a counter-reaction to the anti-piracy movement pushed for by Hollywood. It's one of their best mistakes ever. They decided to call copyright infringement piracy, and then they decided to invest millions of dollars into the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise at the same time, making pirates look super cool. I don't think that was the best move for them ever. The first pirate entity in Sweden was the Anti-Pirate Bureau. That was the lobby front of American lawyers pushing for stricter copyright laws in Sweden. As a counter-reaction, some intellectuals, academics, and radicals, a lot of them anarchists, created the Pirate Bureau as a counter-reaction, which was an online think tank platform where everything goes, which later then spawned what is known as the Pirate Bay, one of the earlier file-sharing platforms. But on that side also came the discussions whether a political party was needed to counter the vested interests of the American film industry, basically, but music industry as well. And that is what eventually spawned the Pirate Party. And the name was just given, and it fit. It fit so well that when the Swedish Pirates were founded by putting an online platform up where you could register as a member and then posting on some platforms, they had 1,000 members in a week. When I joined 4 months later, my membership number is 1884. So there was 1,883 people who decided in the 4 months before me that they wanted to join the Pirates. It was just, the name is fit, and it resonated with people because wanting to stand up against the system, wanting to be the underdog who can change it, that is just something that compelled a lot of people back then. And you can see how that spread all across Europe and then all across the world, where other pirate parties popped up independently of each other and copied and learned from each other, and then grew into this movement that we have today. It's quite remarkable when you think about it. I know it's easy to get bogged down in looking at your own party and how it works in your country, especially when you become an established party and you become entrenched.
When you succeed, yeah.
But there's no other parties like the Pirates since the Greens came into existence some 30, 40 years ago. No other party has spread globally the way we have. And that shows that the policies we have, the perspective we bring, is not unique for a country. We have something valuable that is needed all over the world.
I totally agree, but without the buts. Like, and it's very interesting to have your reflection from the core in a way, and like educated one about how the history went and etc. Next to that, I think we are here now. We are in 2022, and we need to relate and to take responsibility for that, and look forward, ahead, yeah, and try to plan our wishes according to the needed or wishful changes that we point out. And I very like in purpose, in a way, I take the stand here of the, of the naive, romantic, non-educated, I don't know, I don't care thing, and say, what is the radical point of view? Yeah, I push it again, yeah, because I put it on this stage because I think it's important. Yeah, we had a chat last night, if I can give some input, and it was a little bit about realpolitik against imaginary alternatives, and I think that the point of view of the imaginary alternative is highly important. It's from my experience. Yeah, I think the fact is that ideas that try to change from within, a lot of the time, naturally, dissolve into the situation they are trapped in a way. So when I negotiate something, I come to with the idea that I'm not going to gain the 100% of what I want, and the same is the person that I'm negotiating with. Okay, it's going to be some kind of compromise that will take us forward with that. And I think it suits for a certain, or it's a tactic, it's a valid tactic, and I think you represent in a way the actual happenings of that, okay? By your position that you take now, or Mike, by his position being officially inside the system, with the idea of piracy, but that it will be interesting to clarify them a bit more, if it's not direct democracy, what really is it about? But I think that sometimes it's very important to be radical in the thoughts, to gain trust from the public by saying the things all the way, right? Saying the wishes, or saying to reflect the possible changes that we point out very out loud, even if it pisses a lot of people, even if it's frightening us in a way, yeah. Like even like when I imagine this political app, yeah, that we spoke about, because okay, we have the system of voting every 4 years. We have the system of Switzerland in a way that okay, voting every 4 years, but then again we ask questions in the middle, and the society or the people can raise questions, etc. There's ways of dialoguing which are more complex than that. But I think if we take it few steps forward and go to this 2040, 2050 situation, yeah, I think it's very clear that it's possible. It's a matter of how much we insist about it. That we can wake up in the morning and instead of reading the news or going into Facebook, we will go into some kind of a political app that can actually make change. It can make change, first of all, in my street, okay, and then in my neighborhood, and then in my city, and then in my state, if it will still exist, this questionable way of, cutting the world into pieces. But and I think we need to speak about it very directly today. If we want it to happen in the future, it is one of our responsibilities to say it out loud, to say, hey, we don't want the old politics anymore. We understand that we need to be engaged with it now because we live in the present and it exists in the present. But we are the people, or we are part of the people, that need to point out the possible change, real change, and not to be afraid of the consequences in that sense.
I think that is something pirate parties do all over the world, and I think those apps are being developed all over the world. There's tons of them that I've come across, and they're all development enthusiasts. I'm hoping some of them will take off, become successful, become iterated into even better versions, and get picked up on bigger and bigger scale. I would be very much in favor of the pirates supporting those when they pop up. I don't think the pirates can invent them themselves. We're not, the moment we go to be a political movement, we're no longer the technologists at the forefront of building those tools, but we should definitely enable them when we see them. I don't think there's a conflict there. I do think we might not be in a position today where we say, we have the app, we need you to implement it. We're not there. If you have the app, show it. If it works, I'm very happy to support it, and I think a lot of pirate parties would. But, and I also think a lot of pirates would be very happy to talk about the possibilities of improving democratic participation through different tools. I do think at this stage saying there is one solution, and that solution will replace the current system, is being too deterministic. We don't know which the best of those apps are yet. We don't know if we need one or if we need 100. We don't know how they should work. We don't know how they should integrate with the electoral system we have today, if they should replace it entirely or if it should complement it, if it should complement something else that we don't have today. I do think that the pirates have always been very open to changing the system. I think that we are in that change. We are a first step to make these tools work is to increase the transparency of the system so that when you have the tool, you understand the system you want to affect with that tool. If we just give them a tool to the people tool today and say, you have no idea how politics work, but you should press a button here, well, then we do the tool and the people a misservice. We need to ensure that the people understand how policy is made, how decisions are made, and we do that by opening up the black box of politics, by being transparent, by imposing transparency wherever we get elected. And that is something the pirates have been very successful at doing so far.
Where and how? Successful in what sense?
So basically, wherever the pirates get elected, they push for increased transparency of the political system they're part of. That's the contribution, to ensure that citizens can gain access to the information within that system, so to make sure that deals are not being made between closed doors, to make sure that there's accountability of those elected, because that is the first step for citizen involvement. They need to understand the process that they want to influence.
Simple example of where that happened, for example, is Prague 3, where we are now. We got to co-run the town hall since 2018. So all the statistics, it was autumn of 2018, so 2018 is still a bad year for any statistics. And so there's an organization, Leader Statu, like a state guardian in this country, who they simply rate municipalities and organizations owned by municipalities or the country based on how transparent they are and based on the putting contracts on the internet. Like by law, you have to put certain contracts on the internet. You can do that more if you want to. Not even those, not just those that the law requires you to. And in 2019 and 2020, Prague 3 was the best municipality to do that in the entire country. last year, sadly, we dropped to number 9, but out of few hundreds that were checked, I don't know, it's towns over 5,000. I would say that's a very good example. So we always get the A grade now. I think in 2018 it was C or D. Like, you can clearly see when the pirates usually get to run anything, the improvement in transparency is extremely obvious. And exactly what Mob said more eloquently than I did before, is just the society has to be ready for new solutions. And like, you can just give people an app if they don't know how political system works. It happens every day that somebody comes to the town hall and they don't know the difference between the town assembly and the town council. Like, one being the parliament and one being the government, and they don't know what the difference is because they never stumbled upon politics.
But I think on the good side, like, sorry, I think like we are in a situation that we in a certain situation because we were channeled to it as progress, basically. Yeah, this idea of voting, etc. Like the whole political situation that we are in now, it's if we look at it from 200 years ago or whatever in perspective, people will say, yeah, please, I want to vote. I want to vote for I want to choose my monarch. I want to, etc. Yeah, I want to take part. So we are already in some major senses on the process of progress in that sense. But I think what we're doing our best, I think, to try to differences the point of view, is that I think if we want to move forward with that, if we want to educate the people ourselves to begin with, let's be frank with that, because you say, yeah, there's hundreds of these apps going around. For it's not a full research, but I can share from our party in Israel, and I heard it from enough people around that, yeah, like the first thing that you do, you implement these apps in your private network, like the pirate networks. And sorry for saying, but most of the time, people are like, we don't implement these apps in a practical way, or it's a question of, like, it's not a fact, but it's an intuition about we don't use it really, and we a little bit don't have enough trust in it in our own private societies to be dependent truly upon them, to take decisions truly upon them. And if you don't do that, in a way, there's no way you're gonna sell it to the public as a valid solution. So this is one of our blends in that sense. But I think if we want to be in a position that the public really understand that there's a huge step forward in taking, like we stand here and we say, yeah, people don't vote. Yeah, if I will give them this app, nobody will use it, maybe 2%. It's not the way. I don't trust the people. Most of the people don't. Okay. So let's think big. We need to educate the people to change, to shift their mind into a position when, yes, they wake up in the morning and they open the political app. This is, Mike, it's okay that you don't want to do that or don't trust it. It's okay.
That's not educating. What you're describing is revolutionary. You want people to wake up suddenly one day and start caring about politics.
The suddenly point of
what we have to do is evolution. Like, we just a few years back just introduced an app that if you go and on the street there's some garbage, you can take a picture, send it somewhere, and it gets cleaned very swiftly. That's where we are with civic participation. Over the years, yes, maybe we can get to the point where people will actually start caring about politics through small steps like this, certainly. But evolution, not a revolution.
I agree. I think I have to come in with a third perspective here. I think what the pirates can do, so the Catalan pirates live on their permanent assembly, their online decision-making platform where they make decisions. Sure. They live by it. The Italian pirate party, one of them, did live by it before they didn't anymore. But what the pirates can do, especially on the international level, is build up the institutions that will allow the Czech pirates to push for their revolution and to allow you to push for your revolution, because we don't know which one of those are the best ways forward. And I'm more than happy to see both of you try to succeed in your respective ways. And as pirates, what we should do is come together and help each other try our different solutions, because what we do agree on is that democracy benefits from being improved.
I would say that since we are very much out of time, I would say this was very good end to this, and that's why the PPI, the Pirate Parties International, do exist, or at least it should exist for this reason, to exchange ideas between the pirate parties all over the world, which I hope this panel was also useful for. We don't really have time for questions, but if anybody has any, feel free. But it would have to be quick, though.
I have a question that I definitely want to ask, and I did ask it before, and it is that, like the pirate parties, the way how I understand them, right, grew up out of like the excitement of technology of the late 90s, that it got understood as a bit more bigger than just a question about technology. It's more of a societal questions, and got this like semi-enlightenment way of excitement about education and technology. But just like enlightenment about education and technology, we made a different experience with technology. The technology is maybe not a good thing, but it could be also a power tool, and maybe not to die out in like 20 years. Maybe we should be open to new experiences that we made, for example, especially with technology, that it is a power tool, and maybe we should rethink the attitude towards it, towards more of a skeptical, critical, and maybe piracy as a concept should go more into the like a being counter technology and seeing and checking it and using the knowledge of it as oppositional to it, rather than being hopeful but critical to it. Maybe that is the way. What do you think? Is that the way to incorporate and develop further beyond the initial excitement about the usage?
I say absolutely, but
I think the biggest shift in the pirate movement came in 2010, when we discussed the issue of net neutrality, where we basically agreed as a movement that the internet as it worked was so important to preserve, because it allowed exchange of information, it gave information to people, it had a positive effect, that we didn't want companies to use, basically to do what they wanted with that, to be able to restrict the information on the internet. That we saw that the technology should be used in a certain way, that there was a good way and a bad way of using that technology, and that we had to take a stance saying that we needed to regulate not only what the state could do with technology, but also what corporations can do with technology to ensure that technology is used for the benefit of democracy and for the benefit of citizens. And ever since, that has been the approach of the pirates. Technology is a tool, it's a liberating tool, but it can also be used for oppression, and it can be used as a liberating tool by the state, and it can be used as a liberating tool by individuals, but it can also be used as oppression both by individuals and by the state, and we had to be aware of that. And I think the very early pirates were a bit naive on the issue, but since 2010, so that's becoming a while now, I suppose, we have had what I would say a more nuanced view on technology, and realizing it is a tool, it's not inherently good or bad, it's what we do with it that counts. And that is why technology is political. We need to realize that we as a society need to agree on what we want the technology to do for us, and make sure that it does that and not a lot of other things.
To follow up what you say and finish my thoughts with that, I think we are totally losing the fight on data usage, on how we are using this tool. We don't live in a void. We live in a situation that the power structure is using it heavily, strongly, full on. And if we don't fight back in a very clear way, I really respect, it's not maybe it sounds like I'm highly criticizing your positions here. I do it for the talk, yeah. As a person, I really respect, okay? It has to be clear with that. Any tactic that help us to fight back, because we need to understand that we are in a bad situation with that. And my point of view is that we need to turn the volume on our demands and our positive think of what is possible to do with this technology for the good of all people and not for the good of 0.01%.
I can appreciate a good idealist. I used to be one. Okay, if there's no other questions, I would assume that very quickly. Call it digital censorship. I would just call it legislation to limit powers of private entities. Like you don't really you can't have companies who are above the states. I think the EU is doing fairly good job on limiting even companies in the US. Like I don't think anything like Cambridge Analytica will happen again, at least not publicly. We won't know it the next time. But yeah, gathering of information is the biggest business there is. So it will be happening. But
I think we have an expert on stage about that, no?
No, I've been following some of the EU legislation in the area, so I know a little. Which level is. Cambridge Analytica was most clearly breaching legislation when they did what they did. What we need to ensure is that we have the measures to detect and punish companies that break regulation, and to ensure that that punishment is deterring them from breaking the legislation. We can't ensure that it never happens. We can dissuade companies from trying to do it by making legislation in such a way that the way they target people's personal data, mine that personal data to find information, to target them with directed and fake news, or basically micro-targeting for political aims. That is something that the EU is looking at regulating at the moment to ensure that they're not allowed to do that. That doesn't mean they can't say whatever they want to say. It means that they cannot specifically micro-target people with different messages, which is a total different thing. So the solution is to not regulate what can be said, but how you can disseminate that information and how you can misuse personal data to target individuals or to target people at certain circumstances. And also to clearly demand transparency in your communication, that any political message you do has to be also publicly available, so that you can't hide your messages only to those people that you want to affect. So there's transparency regulation and accountability regulation. And then, of course, it has to be controlled afterwards. You don't censor beforehand. You say, if you've broken these rules, well then, as a company, then your risks are fine. And hopefully that will dissuade the worst kind of misuse. I would also caution against the notion that you can fix society. Like we will never have the regulation that makes society perfect. You can only try to dissuade misuse of technology and encourage good use of technology. There will always be companies breaking the rules, and then there will be regulators fining them for breaking the rules. And hopefully that will encourage more and more companies to play within the rules. But we also need a whole discussion about technology and the role of technology in society, and to get the tech companies to understand that they have a role to play in making the world a better place, and they can't just wash their hands and say, what people do with our stuff is their thing. If they give us the tools, they should also help us use that tools for the better of humanity. And I think that is a moral discussion that needs to be had with big companies. What moral role do they have in society? And I don't think we have the luxury of saying that they can be neutral.
Good. So thank you both, Guy and Matthias, for participating. And we'll take just an extremely short break, like 3 minutes, and then our incognito SK representative of Stand With Hong Kong will have his talk. So thank you, guys. It was. I hope it was very informative.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Okay, guys, we can get to the next talk. It's gonna be our SK from Stand with Hong Kong, and he's gonna be talking about, partially at least, what it feels like not to be able to divulge his name to the world watching. Come up here.
Testing, testing. No. Not really. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think we are about to start, can we? But I think that, I think we've got everyone. Okay. Dear friends, dear pirates, thank you for attending the second day of the conference, and thank you for bearing with me with this speech about a faceless Hong Konger story. So before I begin my story, I would like to pay tribute to tens of thousands of faceless, masked protesters in 2019 who gave everything they could to fight for the future of Hong Kong. And allow me to begin my story with a quote from a movie. Behind this mask, there is more than flesh. Beneath this mask, there is an idea. And ideas are bulletproof. That was from V for Vendetta 2006. It was indeed a very inspirational movie that I have watched in recent years. So as a teaser before the story begins, I'm going to divide my stories into 7 parts: awakening, resistance, uprising, struggle for existence, survival, collapse, and rebirth. So shall we start right now? So by the way, my name is indeed not very important because this is perhaps the story where a lot of Hong Kongers are also sharing. So let me begin with this. I was born 3 years before the handover of Hong Kong from the United Kingdom to China. So in other words, I was born in British Hong Kong, but grew up in Chinese Hong Kong. In a lot of ways, my way of education was affected by the Chinese regime because Hong Kong sovereignty belonged to China when I was growing up in Hong Kong. My parents were born and raised in Hong Kong, so for surely, most of the time, or if not all of the time, I felt myself as a Hong Konger. So Hong Kong was a very unique city where they did not have all these democracies, but then freedoms were always prevailing in the very beginning after the Hanover. In 2003, for example, there were tens of thousands of protesters in Hong Kong going to the streets to fight against the local legislation on the national security provisions within the Hong Kong Basic Law, the city's mini constitution. And at that time, actually, I was 9 years old, and I didn't remember much of it, but what I remember were just, large group of Hong Kongers going to the street and trying to fight for what Hong Kongers want for the future. So fast forward to 2012, it was exactly 1 decade ago before today. It was the events of the anti-national education curriculum. I don't know how many of you follow this, but actually it was a very significant victory for the people of Hong Kong. So in 2012, the Education Secretary of Hong Kong proposed a national education curriculum where Hong Kongers or Hong Kong children were obliged to learn about the Chinese patriotic feelings, glorifying the Chinese Communist Party, not mentioning anything about the Tiananmen massacre in 1989. So people of Hong Kong were indeed very angry about this. So there were parents and kids, couples, young people, all these Hong Kongers from all walks of life went to the street to protest in Hong Kong. We came to the place where it's called the Civic Square. It is actually near the government complex of Hong Kong, where the power of Hong Kong lied at that time. It was, by the way, also my first time in my life joining a protest as a protester, because 10 years ago I was essentially just 17 years old. I just graduated from high school, and for me it was something eye-opening to see how a mass movement came along, and Zhou Wong, the then 15-year-old teenager, he was the one leading the movement. To much of my personal surprise, Zhou Wong to me was just another high school kid from the neighborhood where I used to live in Hong Kong, and never would I imagine that that person would become one day the face of Hong Kong to fight against the Hong Kong government and the Chinese Communist regime. So why I'm telling you this? I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that 10 years ago, there was actually some hope for Hong Kongers to have their voices being listened. During the occupation campaign in 2012, 2 years before the real occupation movement in Hong Kong, actually tens of thousands of Hong Kongers wearing black clothes, chanting retreat the national curriculum, and somehow we managed to have this little victory so that the the brainwashing national education curriculum was retreated. And I think it was somehow set a milestone for Hong Kongers to think about the future of democracy, in which we thought we had a chance to fight and to win the hearts of the incumbents within the governing body of Hong Kong. So it was 2012, 10 years ago. And then it comes the next chapter, resistance. So following this so-called victory, people of Hong Kong were in a positive mood. There were ups and downs with the democratic movement. There were clashes with the mainland Chinese as well, and it was actually in between these years when the parallel traders, the mainland Chinese people who wanted to, let's say, take advantage of the custom status of Hong Kong to earn some profits, and in return Hong Kongers were affected because there were like thousands of parallel traders in mainland China going back and forth between the Hong Kong and mainland Chinese borders, affecting the daily lives of tens of thousands of the residents of Hong Kong. But given this backdrop, 2014 was essentially a resistance movement of Hong Kong. So to put it short, there was almost 1 year of debate about the elections of Hong Kong, how the electoral system would work for Hong Kongers, whether universal suffrage means direct elections for Hong Kongers. I'm sure some of you might have heard about the so-called umbrella revolution, where the Hong Kong protesters were using umbrellas, the yellow umbrellas, in order to fight against the buttons of the Hong Kong Riot Police. And it was essentially after the announcement of the Chinese Communist Party issuing a white paper claiming that universal suffrage does not mean direct elections within the Hong Kong mini constitution, the Hong Kong Basic Law. With that, I was actually a student journalist back then. I just finished my college because of the education system. I couldn't really get a satisfactory Chinese exam results after high school, so I went to college before I returned back to university at the third year of my studies when I studied university for the first year. So I was a freshman, and I had to cover the protests every day. So I still remember quite vividly that on the 28th of September 2014, it was the first time in recent history of Hong Kong that the Hong Kong Riot Police were using 87 canisters of tear gas. Quite fortunately or quite unfortunately, I was one of the Hong Kongers being tear gassed at the Hardcourt Road of Admiralty district of Hong Kong. I remember quite clearly that I had a very clear choice in my mind at that time. So first, option A, on the night of the 28th of September, roads were blocked, metro stations were closed, the telephones weren't working very well because everyone was calling back home. And so my option A was to stay as a student reporter to understand history and to witness what happened with this very decisive history of Hong Kong. And option B, that I could, just take off my student press license and to become a protester so that I would join the social movement in Hong Kong. So guess what I chose? I actually chose option A because I wanted to witness the history and to become, let's say, the shield of the Hong Kong protesters instead of being part of the protest, trying to be the so-called observer in a way that I could, witness what happened and tell the stories to the millions of people around the world. So I did. It was back then indeed a very scary moment because if you think about for the first time, Hong Kong Riot Police were deployed, holding rifles, all this tear gas, and also rubber bullet guns. It was indeed scary. It reminded me indeed the Tiananmen Square massacre in which there was a point of no return. There were actually rumors talking about the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, deploying on the 28th of September, but fortunately nothing bloody really happened. And that was my story of resistance at that time, understanding how Hong Kongers staging a 79 days campaign fighting for universal suffrage using a civil disobedience campaign and tactic to occupy the main thoroughfares of Hong Kong. So that was 2014. And another 2 years passed. It was the chapter of uprising. So 2016 was another decisive moment for Hong Kong when Hong Kongers like myself were very frustrated, disappointed about the outcomes of the Umbrella Revolution. There was no change of the regime. The government didn't listen to the voices of people. Universal suffrage wasn't, it was just an empty word where no regime was actually implementing this, and Hong Kongers somehow could not achieve the purpose that they wanted to get through. So 2016 was the height of the Hong Kong independence movement. According to statistics, there were 40% of Hong Kong youths who agreed and to fight for the independence of Hong Kong. They want Hong Kong to be an independent nation. At the very same time, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, a new year celebrated according to the lunar calendar in East Asian countries, there was an incident in Mong Kok. It was a very populous district in Hong Kong that there were clashes between frustrated Hong Kong protesters and Hong Kong police officers. There were rubbish bins being burned, and the Hong Kong police was firing warning shots. It was quite a scary watershed moment for me because it was triggered by a very minor event about a street hawker, like a person selling street food at that time. He was arrested or let's say fined by the food and hygiene officer. It sounds totally apolitical back then, but because of all these sentiments and angers accumulated for 2 years by the Hong Kong protesters. So the Hong Kong protesters wanted to defend that for street hawkers, and then there were all these, let's say, graphical images emerging in the beginning of 2016. And it got me thinking about the future of Hong Kong. And on a very parallel universe in 2016, I was also finishing my bachelor's degree. Funny enough, on the day of Brexit in 2016, I was actually in Brussels with a bunch of Hong Kongers visiting the European Union institutions to talk about different international affairs, so entirely not related to Hong Kong, but then I had a night conversation with some of the Hong Kongers, so some of us were thinking, so what would happen, what does it take to gain Hong Kong independence? What kind of things you can do to get Hong Kong, you know, to be an independent nation? There were some wishful thinking, if not romantic way of thinking that, well, maybe I can sacrifice my life and somehow Hong Kongers would wake up and we will resist the regime and there will be changes for the future of Hong Kong. And I immediately, as a rather conservative person, said that, well, if you do that, it just romanticizing the whole movement. You're not getting anywhere by sacrificing your life, isn't it? And unfortunately, things proved quite at the right direction, which I was pointing at 3 years later. But before I end up this chapter, I would like to also stress that 2016, it was quite a different moment. I had another conversation with some British politicians at the Hong Kong University. It was a talk about Hong Kong's future. So at that time I was, after researching ideas, interviewing people, interviewing different stakeholders, the internationals, the locals, the British, and then the Chinese, like all sorts of stakeholders as a student journalist about the future of Hong Kong. And it got me thinking about, so how Hong Kong is going to end up after 2014 and 2016. So I was asking, would my honorable friend believe that one day Hong Kong would become essentially another Euromaidan in Ukraine, where people would end up in bloodshed and there would be violence in the end of the fight for democracy and struggles for freedom? My counterpart from the UK, he essentially rejected this idea, believing that Hong Kong parliamentary democracy was still working in spite of all these disqualifications of the parliamentarians of Hong Kong. So in a way that, you know, the whole uprising was going to its natural course because of all these institutions could not contain the wishes of Hong Kongers. Then another 3 years gone. It was 2019. It was the struggle for survival of tens of thousands, if not millions of Hong Kongers from home to abroad. It was the anti-extradition movement in Hong Kong, where Hong Kongers were fighting essentially for the existence, because the reason why Hong Kong was quite different from mainland China, because of the independent judiciary, because that there was always this sense of fair play, that as a legal person, as an individual, if you put a lawsuit on the government, you had a fair chance to win the law case. And that's why Hong Kong was being believed that it became the international financial center, and that's why hundreds of thousands of mainlanders who wanted to move to Hong Kong, they felt safe, they felt free, they felt like they could, you know, express whatever they think in their sane minds. And it was an ideal place for lots of people who live under the authoritarian regime. But things turned quite badly. So in the beginning, it was about a mere conversation. In May 2019, I remember quite clearly that there was a Taiwanese professor to attend the Eastern European Conference in 2019. So he was asking me, hey, look, you see what is happening in Hong Kong, a lot of people were protesting. And I didn't take it very seriously back then, because I knew that Hong Kongers would always protest, because we are the protest nation. People go for demonstrations every day, day in, day out. There are different demands because we were free people. And then I said, yeah, you know, that's what Hong Kongers do. From time to time, we will go to the street to protest, whether there's democracy or not. That's what we do, you know, like usually. And I came home, and again, the professor said again, well, no, it's not just a protest, you know, there are like more and more people coming to the street. So what happened then? So it turned to things where we got very familiarized with, you know, where Hong Kong hit the international headlines. Millions of Hong Kong protesters fighting against this extradition bill, which essentially cover and empower and to subdue the whole Hong Kong judiciary system, making Hong Kong essentially part of the Chinese jurisdiction. And it was the very reason why Hong Kongers came out, and not to mention that there were in a proportional response from the Hong Kong riot police, where they were attacking, beating up, and then also raping Hong Kong protesters. It was a very unbearable moment, to be honest with you, because at that time I was a master's student in European Union and Russia Studies in one of the smallest European countries in Europe. And to me, it was something unexpected. I couldn't sleep. There were days and nights I would be, you know, catching up with the time difference, because we are like 6 or 7 hours behind Hong Kong. And that's why I would always go to Twitter, Facebook, all these news sources, trying to catch up on Lindeng. It's like the Hong Kong Cantonese speaking Reddit platform and online forum where you can get the first-hand sources. So that struggle went on with months and months and months. As a Hong Kong diaspora, I couldn't stop thinking, so what should I do now? I left Hong Kong in the beginning in 2017 because I wanted to start new life. I left Hong Kong because there were things that I knew I couldn't change. I left Hong Kong because there were materialistic beliefs that I didn't want to adhere to. I wanted Europe. I wanted to call Europe home. I wanted to move to Europe. That's what I wanted. But while I was struggling for this existence of being a Hong Konger, I also wrote quite a number of opinion pieces, trying to do whatever I could. I wrote articles to the Estonian news outlet, to other Spanish-speaking news outlets in Latin American countries, and also I was giving a talk to a Brazilian university, trying to raise international awareness. I did everything that I could as an academia, so that hopefully I can contribute my part to be a diasporic Hong Konger who tried to fight for the future of Hong Kong. But that wasn't the end of the struggle. That wasn't the end. As the situation deteriorated in 2019, while a lot of high-profile Hong Kongers, like some of them who are here right now, fighting about the future of Hong Kong, I personally was thinking, well, I was an athlete in high school, so maybe I can help kids. Maybe I can just take a plane right now. I can just get a flight ticket. You know, I was single. I didn't have a girlfriend. You know, I have nothing to lose. Maybe I just go to Hong Kong. Maybe I should just go to Hong Kong to help some kids, to save them, you know, from being arrested by the riot police. Maybe I could do something more. Maybe I could. But I didn't do it in the end. I didn't do it in the end because I knew that the very reason why I was writing all these articles, trying to explain to the international audience, because what I was good at wasn't protesting. What I was good at wasn't confronting the Hong Kong riot police. What I was good at was to tell the Hong Kong story, to make sure that people around the world understood what was happening around the world. And with that sentiment, the Hong Kong movement didn't really end up very well. Tens of thousands of Hong Kong protesters were arrested. As a Hong Kong living abroad, I really couldn't do much. And I had this sense of survival guilt, because if you recall me for what I just said in 2016, there was a discussion that, well, if I sacrifice my life, maybe Hong Kong will become better. So some people actually did. Some Hong Kongers committed suicide as a form of protest against the Hong Kong government. But as a result, nothing much changed. More Hong Kongers came out, and the status quo remained. And this is how the Hong Kong movement came to a pause when the corona pandemic hits Hong Kong and beyond and around the world. So that brought us to the next chapter of survival. In 2020, less than 1 year before the end of the Hong Kong movement, on the 30th of June, I remember it was 11 o'clock Hong Kong time, the all-ranging draconian extraterritorial national security law was implemented, descending not just to Hong Kong but beyond its Hong Kong borders. So right around this time, I was at my friend's place, reading some propaganda, from the Chinese embassy from the country I was residing at that time. So my hands were shaking, shivering. I was very nervous because I didn't know what would happen to me with that national security law. Would my parents be affected because I criticized the Chinese government? Would I be all right living in the European country, because that European country obviously does not have a lot of knowledge about China or Hong Kong? Would I be okay to talk about what I think, what I was thinking, and my way of expressing myself? Would I be a truly free person living in Europe when the national security law was essentially extraterritorial? So it was another watershed moment, not just for myself, but also for Hong Kong, when the national security law essentially silenced a lot of Hong Kong diaspora communities. And essentially, I was thinking what else I could do to fight against this law. And as always, I always like to write opinion pieces. And so I did. I was writing an open letter to the Chinese ambassador in the European country I resided. I was calling him out. I was calling him out for not writing about the truth, the facts. Because there was a violation of Sino-British Declaration, I was listing all the provisions in which the Chinese authorities were violating. And I think that campaign went quite well. That essentially, in the local medias, they took off all this Chinese propaganda, translated into the local language. And I think that was, to me, just the beginning of the fight for Hong Kong. So a few months later, I remember it was around my birthday, actually, in October 2020. I didn't celebrate, of course, because of the national security law, but then I had a very good birthday present that the local parliament of the country I reside, and I'm still residing, they have established a Hong Kong support group. So they wrote a statement for the first time in their country's history to voice their support for Hong Kong and also for the future of the territory. So for me, it is not very, let's say, the most satisfying things, but then at least there were things that could have been achieved more, and somehow I did it. But I realized that as a person living in a country where we only have 20 Hong Kongers residing in this country, my contributions and my endeavors are not enough. And as some white men said, divided we fall, united we stand. So I tried to stand united with some other Hong Kongers, and I decided to join the organization I'm working at, Fight for Freedom, Stand with Hong Kong, and I joined the EU branch of it because of that. But But that is not the end of the story. It was 2021 when there was the collapse of the Hong Kong civil society, where we witnessed over 50 organizations being closed in Hong Kong, disbanded, including the Amnesty International Hong Kong and Asia offices, which was indeed a very huge success by the Chinese regime to tackle the Hong Kong resistance movement. And to this end, I would like to actually thank my EU team colleagues, because we were trying our very best. We were working day in, day out during weekdays when they are not working, and during weekends when I wasn't drafting my PhD proposal back then, and we were essentially trying to stop China from advancing further to the European continent. And we were lobbying against the EU-China investment agreement. And of course, it wasn't just like our efforts. There were other high-profile activists, international lobby groups doing the same thing. And essentially, we somehow made it suspended. The whole EU-Chinese investment agreement was suspended back then. And I think it was very little, let's say, progress that we had as the Hong Kong diaspora community trying to stop China from, affecting and imposing its political will around the world. So the collapse of Hong Kong's communities essentially led to another thing. When Hong Kong residents could no longer fight for the future of Hong Kong, we have the obligation as the Hong Kong diaspora community to keep fighting. And here brings the last chapter of the story I'd like to share with you today, is the rebirth of Hong Kong. So now, 10 years forward, now is 2022. We no longer have the anti-national education curriculum, but then we failed to fight for universal suffrage. No mention of Hong Kong independence because it's essentially illegal. The national security law is still kicking around, it's still affecting lives of hundreds, if not millions of Hong Kongers, and then also Chinese critics. But then, right now, at this very moment, it is the 25th year of anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong from the UK to China. And I think it is time for us to fight back. So before the beginning of 2022, with some like-minded friends, I was trying to connect with different Hong Kongers, high-profile or local groups, trying to connect with all of them and to organize the Hong Kongers in Europe Summit here in Prague. Actually, it just took place in the beginning of July, thanks to Loretta Lau and also other organizers, co-organizers to make it happen, that we had 9 groups of Hong Kong local groups, including Stand with Hong Kong EU team. We were talking about the future of how our Hong Kong diasporic movement can go ahead, how to be more organized, how to be efficient, and how to create an international line within Europe to resist the Chinese influence in this continent. So the story isn't ended. While I think I might need to wrap up my personal story, the very reason why I do not reveal my name first, because I believe that my organization is not just about being an individual, a person, a Hong Konger, but also the idea that I myself is bigger than an individual. I'm also trying to voice for the unheard, the Hong Kongers who cannot talk about their opinions right now. And also being faceless, it is actually paying tribute to the Hong Kongers who try so hard to fight for the future. And I still, and I will, live with this survival guilt that I have never been beaten by police, I have never been arrested, and I'm still, like being alive and healthy. And this is very important to pay tribute to all these people, all these Hong Kongers around the world. To wrap up my story today, I would like to say on behalf of Hong Kongers who cannot say these 8 words in Cantonese. It is banned in Hong Kong. You may get jailed or arrested if you say that in Hong Kong. and I think I have to do it clear and loud here. 光復香港，時代革命。These are the words that Hong Kongers cannot say right now. It's about liberate Hong Kong, revolution of our times. Essentially, it's more like our Ukrainian friends these days saying Slava Ukraini, Heroim Slava, and I think it is very important to commemorate the memories of the Hong Kongers who ceased. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I almost said your name now, SK. Do we have any questions? If somebody wants to ask something, Peter.
Thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to ask you, I understand your choice about not revealing your names and maybe not assigning your face to the movement, but do you see also that it might harm a little bit? Like, it's good to have a leadership and assign it to name, and if you want to have a civic resistance, out of the experience from over here, having a face and name as a leader, not per se you, but definitely assigning yourself like a persona helps riled up and organize and pick up on the movement. So do you think that maybe there is a way that with your decision not to say your names, you're losing this type of a part of the resistance? Giving it a face, giving it a leader, people that can go behind, you know, trust you, that you as your name could provide some like long-term legacy that people can trust and follow and see as a leader?
Thank you for your question. This is something that has been going through not just my mind, but many people's minds as well. But as I mentioned right now, you know, the Hong Kong 2090 movement was essentially faceless, decentralized, and leaderless. I understand that essentially, you know, at some point, Hong Kongers, you know, need some faces and names so that people will recognize that these people are trustworthy. I totally agree with you. But then I also would like to point out that there are nuances where we can, you know, go in between the fine line. For example, I say I'm faceless, but I'm showing my face. I'm not telling my names in front of the camera, but everyone knows my name. So I think it's you know, it's easy to just, you know, put everything out and say, you know, my real name, my occupations, and everything about my backgrounds and things. But then I think it is harder for you if you want to go through a difficult path where privately, you know, you can review all this to gain trust with the policy makers, diplomats, and these people in Brussels. They know that who I truly am, and then my colleagues, they know the real identities. And I think, yeah, so in a way that I do agree with you, but then I also think about the future of Hong Kong nation is not about one person. It's not about like someone who was once elected going into exile, or just a group of in exile high-profile activists. It's not just about certain local groups speaking so loud, or some groups, you know, getting resources. I think it's about the spirit of being a Hong Konger. There were discussions about whether what is Hong Kong? Is Hong Kong about just a territory defined, you know, in some parts of Asia, you know, like, you know, being the Chinese territory, or is Hong Kong about an idea where we fight for freedom, fight for our let's say free world, and being let's say consistently going against the autocratic regime of China? Or is Hong Kong about both? It's about a defined territory, and then the people where you can see the smell, you know, making Cantonese super jokes, or, you know, talking about Cantonese Hong Kongese street food. And is it just about when there is a Hong Kong and there is a glimpse of Hong Kong? And I think the answer is both. And I think the answer is that everyone can be a leader, everyone can be a hero of Hong Kong, everyone can be contributing to this movement. And that's why 2019, you know, the whole movement lasts for 6 months, because people were willing to be the nameless, the people were willing to trust each other. And I think it is high time that we had to regain all this trust, not just within the Hong Kong community, but also between the Hong Kong communities and the like-minded partners.
Good. Any other? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to ask the question is like, because we know that like before October 1st, 2019, the government of Hong Kong, they withdraw the law, right? They try to withdraw the 逃犯条例, right? Withdraw the law for the first time. Yeah. And what I want to ask is that, do you think it's like, I think like things become very violent after October 1st, like the National Day of China. And do you think it is like still, or maybe as the Hong Konger is, that do you think it's still necessary, like after the Chinese government withdraw the law and they still like the Hong Kongers still like doing the things like very violent? Because like I was in China, mainland China, in that time, like after October the 1st, and the propaganda still like becoming like saying the Hong Kong people is everybody is crazy, and they were like trying to be very violent and try to like break everything, like they don't even want the law, the civilization in Hong Kong. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think this is indeed the question that I was asked quite frequently when I was giving presentation or sharing about Hong Kong, especially in the 2019 movement. But then let me get through like bit by bit, to guide you through all the steps to end up my conclusion. I think the question of violence is essentially is a structural issue. So as I mentioned, in 2014, there were 79 days of the occupation campaign where the Hong Kong riot police were deploying 87 canisters of tear gas. So they were beating up the Hong Kong protesters for the first time with huge scale of, largely, I would say 99% of Hong Kong protesters in 2014 were peaceful. They were just literally sitting on the ground, not one single glass being broken. It was 2014, okay? And the result of the whole peaceful campaign was a massive arrest where you saw dozens, hundreds of Hong Kongers, they just sat on the ground, and then there were police arresting them, taking them away to the custody. So it was 2014, largely peaceful. People still believed that, you could express your political views and your opinions or demands peacefully. So you had 2016 when it was the height of the Hong Kong independence movement, where the Hong Kong protesters, they gave up their belief that being peaceful can be effective, because essentially, if you were being peaceful, the police would just beat you up to take you away. And so what's the point of doing that? So there were, let's say, more assertive Hong Kong protesters who were like throwing rubbish bins, burning things, but then you also saw the Hong Kong police officers were firing like warning shots. It was the first time seeing them, using pistol and then to, just shoot on the sky, and the whole environment was very chaotic, because if you do that, you are not going to calm the protesters, from the police perspective. If you want to do good policing, you have to calm down the protesters, you disperse them, and then you arrest them. Without using excessive violence. But then that was the opposite. So that was 2016. Then if you go back to the violence you mentioned after the 1st of October, you saw all these Hong Kongers burning Chinese flags, they were like burning the Chinese banks and, seeing all this. But let me give you a bigger picture. It was because first, I told you that 2014, the Hong Kong protesters no longer believe that being peaceful can solve any problem. And second, the voice of Hong Kongers, the Legislative Council, it was essentially being disbanded because most of the pro-democratic voices, they were disqualified. So Hong Kong protesters wanted to channel their voices through the legislative campaign. It no longer worked, so you had the Legislative Council gone. And then the government wasn't listening, so you have no government, you have no legislative campaign. Being peaceful is not being listened. And then the judiciary, it was 2019, I told you about the extradition treaty. So it was the existence of Hong Kongers, because I told you that if you want an appeal court case, you can always have a chance to win. And last but not least, getting back to the violence question, if you were in a situation where you saw that there are chances that you get attacked, so it's not just about you being like protesting or doing anything bad. You just, as a person wearing black clothes, standing in the street, you will get attacked by the Hong Kong riot police. So it would be, the result of it, and that's why you saw all this violence. And I'm not trying to justify, but you have to see this violence is like institutionally made.
Okay, so my last question, because you're supposed to know this leaflet, and I'm not sure you see this is the main actor of the V for Vendetta. You talk about faceless, and it seems very echoing with the movie. Have you watched about this movie, and what do you think about this? Because definitely, what happens within the movie that is also make Guy Fawkes, which is who 100 years ago set the bomb under the UK Parliament. It seems really direct democracy, and it really seems like that's to represent like faceless and leaderless movement with grassroots community. What do you think about this? Why that Hong Kong movement would be coming, going to this way rather than previously is a representative democracy with big names, big hats, why? And would you think is really healthy for the future of the movement, and how could you justify this future?
Thank you, Simon, for your excellent question. I think it's a three-part question. Let me divide the answers into different parts. So the first one about the quote, I would like to draw very careful parallels between the V for Vendetta movie and the Hong Kong movement. Because V for Vendetta, it was essentially, yes, you're right about being leaderless, faceless, but then it was also, let's say a more progressive way of changing a regime. But if you understand the 2019 movement, for most of the time it was about, one, the withdrawal of the extradition treaty, and then second, it was about social justice. It was about holding the riot police into account, and that's why there were so many Hong Kongers coming out. Like there were so many moderate Hong Kongers coming out. So I would draw the very careful parallel between the movie and then the Hong Kong movement. Then getting into the second part of your question, I think it is indeed the reason why Hong Kongers behave like that. I think there was a long long political culture of how Hong Kongers lost faith of the Democrats, because in the early 2000s, the Hong Kong Democrats were trying to negotiate with the Chinese Communist Party's member, going to Beijing, trying to fight for democracy. But then, if you understand the Beijing's perspective, they never wanted Hong Kongers to be fully democratic, because Hong Kongers are being seen as a threat to their survival. And why would you give a chance to your ideological enemy to have full democracy? So that doesn't add up and doesn't make any sense to me personally. And that's why that led to the moment when Hong Kongers, do not trust all these, let's say, old brands, all these traditional Democrats, and they found a new path instead. And then going to the third part of your question, whether it is a healthy trend, it is really hard to judge, but there are two sides of the coin always. So on the one hand, Hong Kong movement is still very hopeful, because you see a lot of variables. I told you about the Hong Kong summit in Europe, and there was another Hong Kong summit in the US. You see a lot of energetic young Hong Kongers fighting about other alternatives so that they could connect back to the Hong Kong residents. And then the flip side is that democracy is chaotic. So to practice democracy, you have to accept the fact that it would take so much time, so much energy, political energy, to reach consensus in order to take action. So that is the flip side of democracy, or the direction of the Hong Kong movement, if that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you very much, SK, from Stand with Hong Kong. I believe a small clap is in order. And our next speaker, like in very much now, if nobody wants a break, is Alexander Isavnin again from Russia. This time talking about how the European Union's sanctions on Russia impact the everyday man in Russia, including like opposition organizations such as the Pirates.
Hello, everyone.
Sorry for the delay. Technical issues, as always.
We can hear you well.
Hello, so signal me when to start.
I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we can hear you well.
Yes, I can hear you also.
Perfect. You can go on. You want to introduce him? Okay, please begin when you're ready.
Yeah, okay. I will try to start recording of sound here on my side. Okay, it still fails, but hope it will be recorded well. So, hello, my name is Alexander Isavnin, and I'm a member of Federal Council of Russian Pirate Party. So here seems the last warm day in Russia, and I feel you might be interested. How do we feel here in Russia under European Sanction 7 or ACE package? Does it work? How it works? Will it fulfill purposes it may be intended? So actually, when I was thinking about this talk, I had plans to make slides and comparisons and something like that. But once I realized that from Soviet Union times. In Soviet Union, state has monopoly on vodka, and actually it was sold for the fixed price all over the country. But one day they raised the price for the bottle of vodka on 30%. So it was done in secrecy. One day, vodka was 30% more. I was child in Soviet Union, so I do not remember exact numbers, but I think older people definitely remembers like 262, 350 or something like that. So, joke about that moment. So on that day, very angry dad comes back to home, and during family dinner, well, he's discussing with his wife, maybe other members of family, that vodka prices have risen 30% higher in one day. And during this conversation, a little child who was listening to adults asked his father, he asks, "Dear dad, from now, will you drink 30% less vodka?" And father replied, "No, dear son, you will eat 30% less food." I don't know, did you get this joke? Because, well, I don't hear you back. Maybe you laughed, maybe you lost it in translation a bit. But current situation with sanctions and everyday Russians, little men, is exactly like in this joke. Something from outside have been changed because of something. We can do nothing about it, and well, our abusive administrations will definitely do nothing, and we will suffer from this. But our conference is actually ThinkTwice. So I would like to give you a bit more information to allow you people from Europe whose electees, whose powers, who foreign ministers making decision about sanctions. And maybe that will be allow you to be more effective in this case. So a bit of history. It's not, well, the first sanctions against Russia. But from my feeling here, the previous set of monetary sanctions and economic sanctions, which was applied to Russian oligarchs by mostly United States and maybe European Union a bit less, was really related to unfair competition. It was aerospace industry. And well, for example, United States felt that they need to adjust competition in aluminum production or steel production. They were sanctioning few oligarchs from Russia and enterprises owned by oligarchs from Russia, related exactly to these industries. How about corruption? How about other stuff? Well, it doesn't work really well. We have, well, our opposition leader Navalny, who runs anti-corruption foundation, which actually even Navalny is now in jail. His people are still working in Europe and producing an investigation about high-level, high-ranked Russians and their corruption. And actually, you Europeans and United States have not reacted really well on this. Even Abramovich owned football club in London for until very last time. People was owning, I will tell a bit more about this. Officials was owning properties in European Union, and well, seems that have not been changed. But actually, a lot of sanctions are proposed. Will it work? First of all, let me classify a bit an everyday Russians who lived in Russia, actually. First of all, I would like to tell you that nearly 70% of all Russians and of all population of Russians, like it's like 145 million people live in Russia. 70% never ever left country, and about 50% of them never ever left their home region. While demography says that about 10 million of Russians already left Russia permanently, so they have permanent residence, second citizenship, and they live exactly outside. So, who will be affected by this set of sanctions? So we see a lot of people who do not even understand that Russia have connections to Europe, to United States. They live in their regions. They believe in local powers, and actually, for them, all these sanctions works for Putin's propaganda. So Putin says, okay, you live well because of me, and now because of sanctions, you will live a bit worse. To be fair, I can't say that impact of sanctions is actually can be seen. Because what Putin says that you people of Russia start living much better with me as your ruler for last 20 years. That's actually impact. That's actually a result not of Putin's ruling. That's a result of integration of Russia into global economy. We have to thank IKEA and other global networks. We was bringing high standards of supply chains, of customer services. That's actually raised the level of what can be done in Russia. But again, Russia is very well connected, not to Europe, not just to European Union, but to other countries also. Well, to be fair, one of two food chains in Russia, well, it's kind of, it's Russia specific, and it's kind of Aldi in Europe, very cheap discounted. Actually buys about a half of banana production of Central American countries. Does your sanctions will affect this? No, I see that banana prices have not even changes in our shops. Potato prices have risen because of well, new harvest, carrots, cabbage, but not bananas. So Russia is integrated in the global economy, but the most of people, I think, 100 million, do not even understand it. They are really everyday Russians. Some may say that sanctions will affect somehow, well, military people, people who are in fighting in Ukraine now, police, federal security services, aka KGB, something like that. But well, they are already disconnected from Europe, yeah. Because what sanctions actually, what's not every day, but maybe advanced Russian could feel. First of all, any disconnections from money transfers from outside Russia. Actually, it's not disconnection of SWIFT for Sberbank or VTB or selected banks. MasterCard and Visa payment system does not work in Russia. They are not directly sanctioned, but it's like drawback of anti-sanction policy in Russia. So Russians can't pay anything outside of Russia. Web hosting, tours, bookings directly on the website of airlines. That's one serious part. But again, who is affected? Ordinary people who do not even have passport for passing borders, for so-called foreign Russian passports. They don't care about this. They do not have. They have nothing to pay outside. Militaries and security services. But since 2014, the Crimea was captured and clashes in Donbass with Russian army has started. Russian police and militaries and attorneys and government employees actually officially prohibited to leave Russia, with some exceptions. They need to ask for exception if they want to leave, and usually they don't do this. They are already locked. So people in Russia who really related for organizing military operation and war in Ukraine, they are actually do not feel this disconnection of payment systems. Also, instantly Europe decided that Russian flights should not go to Europe or over Europe. Russians should not get visas. Okay, people of Russia who actually involved in military operation, they don't need it. They actually already disconnected by Russia itself. And actually, with these disconnections of payment methods and travel to the West, to Europe, is actually what Putin wanted for years. So in this case, I think the sanctions work really well towards disconnection of the whole Russia from Europe. Who felt impact of this disconnection sanctions? I feel I'm a bit advanced Russian. I'm trying to connect and communicate with all you. Yes, sanctions working on me. I can go to Europe and expose my own produced greenhouse gases. So I hope ecology of Prague will really, really rise up after that. That's about, this set of sanctions. Maybe, in chat, Mike will remind me about other kinds of sanctions which will be enforced. But that's one of the part. Another part, maybe, which is actually being discussed as a part of sanctions, is export of oil and gas. So Russian exports and also some other exports. I think it's not the first and very effective measures because, you feel an impact. And again, Russia is really greatly integrated in the global economy. And governments have to think twice well, we are pirates thinking twice, but not our government. Well, and your government also, and in your Czech government, there are some pirates. Strangely, that they did not think twice on this. But Russia is really greatly integrated. If you look into history, there already was a war involving Russia, Ukraine, and gas and natural gas and Europe. It was, I think, about around 2010, before all this, well, hot war. But it was happening, and well, it was not interpreted very well in Russia, because Russians seen that, for example, gas prices for Europeans and for Ukrainians were actually lower than gas prices for ordinary Russian citizens at that moment. And well, politics in Russia was really accurate, well, to calm down and inhibit possible protests. Another thing about which some should thinking twice, okay? Mineral fertilizers exports have been prohibited from Russia and Belarus as participators of these wars. But Russia and Belarus produce about 20% of mineral fertilizers of the whole world. And they immigrated to countries, to modern countries of European Union, to Helsinki, to newly independent Finland. They immigrated to Latvia, to Riga. They immigrated to Paris, to London, well, to Prague, because, well, there was no Schengen visas at that moment. Travels was a bit easier if you are allowed to travel. Who now tries and actually wants to emigrate? Well, people who understand the impact, who does not support Putin in any kinds, who mostly understand the impact of these military operations. A lot of people, actually, a lot of young people, of a young man who can be enlisted into Russian army and then forced to fight in this war. They actually wanted to live. Where do they live? They live to Armenia, not to the west of Russia, like the people was living after the socialist revolution. They are migrating south. Yeah. Tbilisi, Yerevan, Istanbul, maybe Bishkek. Well, wave your hands. I don't see you. I will watch on the record. Maybe wave your hands if you know where Bishkek is. Actually, it's a capital of a country where Russian language is second official language. But it's really, really difficult now, especially with, well, visa prohibitions for Russians to go and, well, enforce maybe Europe. Yes, I understand that, and I actually astonished on how you Europeans support Ukrainian refugees. That's the way I truly believe how people from any level is going to work with human rights and, well, how they should react. And I hope actually that will enforce your society and demonstrate to all people who now in Europe how important for everyone to be in line with human rights. But okay, well, now I'm also affiliated with Free Moscow University. There's a lot of people. It's like Litucci University from Poland. So it's an official entity who tries to educate things which are not allowed to be educated in official education institutions in Russia. A lot of our professors are already and was already in immigration at this moment, and they think that they bring analogies. In 1922, Soviet government under decrees of Lenin staffed an esteem agent with philosophers and historians who did not fit into, well, who was very prominent in a global scale, so they could not just be killed, but they did not anything in line with current Soviet policy. And then they staffed a steam engine, actually 3 steam engines, and sent them to Europe. Now, actually, such things are not possible because Europe not accepting Russians. Not exactly, actually, because, well, there are some programs from Germany, from Czech Republic, from Britain, but this is a fuck you program. I don't know anyone who uses it. But actually, the 2 most aggressive in sayings about Russia countries whose foreign ministers and foreign policy is really, really aggressive in media, in social media. They are really actively supports the ones who are being pressurized in Russia. So nearly all independent media, which was kicked out of Russia during wartime censorship, they are now reinstating themselves in Latvia and Lithuania. And actually, in Latvia, it's not very well liked by, well, local right parties. They're thinking that's too much Russians, but actually, especially media, and again, they think that all Russians are nearly the same. Back to this. By the way, what in context of sanctions, I really want to distinguish, because not just different Russian people who know nothing about special military operations, who trust Russian propaganda because they have no other options. They, well, will still have now, well, 22 official digital TV channels to be broadcasted everywhere, but they're nearly the same. Even Disney Channel have withdrew itself from this package. So when you are saying word Russian, you can mean, unfortunately, you can mean a lot of different things. First of all, and I maybe think that impact of sanctions is meant for holder of Russian passport, so citizens of Russian Federation. But also, well, there are different other kinds of people who can be mentioned by the word Russian. They could be ethnically Russians, so, well, they have Russian parents and something like me. So the only country I could immigrate because of my ascenders is Russia. So I'm ethnically Russian, and this is actually could be different from holding a passport. Also, in your Western world, there are two other kinds of Russian. So any Russian speaker could be distinguished as Russian also. So any user of Russian language can be identified as Russian. Another thing, and actually mistake in your parts of the world, especially in the United States, is that any citizen of former Soviet Union can be interpreted as Russian. And also, well, if you are talking about Russian, you can use some historical stuff, Russian Empire or Russian literature, Russian music, and something like that. So when you want to sanction Russian, please be very careful in selecting what's going on, because actually former citizens of former Soviet Union Republic, now independent states, are also suffering from your sanctions. There is Central Asian republics, which was former Soviet Union republics. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, 5 republics. And now they became, they talking about talking by economical terms, they were landlocked countries. So they is a center of continent without access to ocean. But now they are sanctions locked countries because they are surrounded by China, which is under some sanctions of United States, by Russia, which is under your sanctions, well, number of packages. In north, in south is they are bordered with China. In south, they are bordered with Afghanistan and Iran, also countries under sanctions. So in this case, applying sanctions to, well, these surroundings, you are also applying sanctions to people who are completely not related to Russia and their special military operations. Even, well, President of Kazakhstan meeting with Putin in St. Petersburg and St. Petersburg Economic Forum, so say, no, we will not support and recognize Donetsk and Lugansk People Republic in the face of Putin. But they are actually suffering from sanctions because, well, the transportations which came through Russia or China is now difficult. By the way, if I mentioned Iran, there are some countries under some not as severe sanctions like Russia now, but some countries are actually under sanctions, under mostly US sanctions for years. Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and, well, North Korea. Seems all them. And now Russia. Did sanctions change something in regimes of these countries? Not at all. North Korea, did people, well, revolted and changed it? Well, I don't even remember which Kim is now ruling them. Not at all. For years, Ayatollahs are ruling Iran, and actually they are not trying, well, to border it around like North Korea already did. So when Putin wants to be done, Iranian peoples can travel a bit north to Armenia, remove their paranja, and, well, feel free as any European people. Freshly, very old sanctions on Cuba doesn't work at all. One castra changed it to another castra, and, well, I and some other people do not feel why local people should change castras. Do they have any reason? And freshly enough, sanctions on Venezuela. It's well, for us it's not fun, but for independent observer it may be fun. Venezuela is under severe sanctions. And now, well, Russian immigration and, well, other immigrations and other people in Europe saying, okay, Russians, we put you on sanctions for you to understand that you have to go to the streets and change Putin and go to the court and write a petition. I'll tell about petition a bit more. Write a petition, well, to stop this war. And you are not going, not doing this, so you should have more and more sanctions. Okay, Venezuela is under sanctions. About half people of Venezuela is going to the street. So it's like 25 millions of Venezuelan people is protesting against Chavez and now Maduro. Have sanctions changed something? Nothing at all. US is now thinking about releasing sanctions on Venezuela oil companies because, well, they need to tighten sanctions on Russia and doesn't want to release sanctions on Iran, for example. So I don't feel that sanctions which have been imposed on Russia will work as effective. Yes, it's very good gesture. And if, for example, the people saying you have to do something with Russia, the easiest way is cancel flight. Okay, guys, some young people was not able to flee from Russia to Europe. And now they may be captured, drafted, and sent to fight in Ukraine. They will send thanks to you. Well, a bit more about, well, second meanings of sanctions and something like. Some of sanctions are imposed on Russian oligarchs. saying that yes, oligarchs like Abramovich and steel productions, Mordashov, and aluminum production Deripaska, and well, something again with mineral fertilizers and others under sanctions. So the closer, some banks, some banksters are now under sanctions and well feel not very well in London because they are allowed to spend only something like £2,000 a month. But there is a huge, very long tail of smaller oligarchs. Yes, IKEA have left Russia. And actually, well, all suppliers of IKEA now stood up and say, yes, we are producing this. If you want, well, IKEA bed lining, IKEA furniture, IKEA glassware, you can buy nearly the same from us. So it appears that IKEA was buying the glassware and kitchenware from a smaller oligarch, Simachov, who was forcing their staff to make flash mobs on the weekends. Together, he was gathering like 5,000 of his employees who were singing for Putin or writing letter Z with their bodies or something like. IKEA was not shy to work with this oligarch, but does he's under sanctions? Not at all. Another funny stuff about Russian officials. You may be seeing in media the Putin's press secretary Dmitry Peskov, who actually speaks of the name of the Putin with media, and actually he might be actively quoted in your media. In Russia, we have a joke that Peskov's children could form a NATO squad. He have about 7 children from different wives, and nearly all of them have permanent residences, and older ones have citizenship of European Union. The people from government who are in charge in Russia, they are really abusing human rights. And also we could not find the way how to stop this. Yes, he is supporting Putin, he speaks for the war, but well, all his children are still in European Union, and I don't remember that somebody got expelled or even sanctions. Maybe only one of the daughters. That's one thing. Another thing, another funny thing is property owners. If you watch for Navalny Anti-Corruption Foundation investigations, you will see one of the latest investigations that the attorney of the city of Moscow, so that's general city prosecutor, his family lives in Spain, and actually he have property in Montenegro and Spain and something like. There was a really funny investigation that's done as a very good investigative movie. Something changed to nothing. There was a funny thing that the mayor of one of the cities in Siberia actually was ruling the city from United States. To get, well, his citizenship or something like, he have to spend more than half of a year in United States. And actually he was living in the United States and ruling the city, and then, well, he quit his positions and now he lives in the United States. Investigative committee chief Bastrykin, friend of Putin, had a property which is now hid somehow in Prague, in Troya, with a good view to the world famous Prague Zoo. So a lot of people, not just top of oligarchs, but actually this middle organizers of this Putin regime, they live in Europe with their lives, and well, Europe doesn't know what to do. Another fun fact, well, this is conflict with Ukraine, and under your sanctions is actually the whole set of members of parliament of Russian Federation. I don't think that any everyday Russian man is actually against you putting those sanctions of members of parliament. These members of parliaments are not being liked by anyone in Russia, actually, in their hearts. But among these people, there is very special one, this member of parliament under the name of Babakov. And actually, Navalny made a very interesting investigation about him, because he is Russian member of parliament, but Ukrainian oligarch. In Russia, it's a complete broke guy. He has no bank accounts, no property, no cars. but through, well, offshores, he owns some energy companies in Ukraine. And do not remember that he was punished somehow in Ukraine for this. So, back to sanctions. Maybe to draw a line, the most of every day of people in Russia definitely do not still not feel effect of sanctions, and actually if they start feeling effect of sanctions, that will be used by propaganda to show that you are evil European are against them. In Russia we have a joke that to change Putin's regime, the fridge have to take over the TV set. Well, I don't feel that with global integration in Russia and development of, well, agriculture and industry, something will change genuinely. For me personally, I lived in the 80s in Soviet Union as a child. I feel that we can go to that time, but, well, that's not a good reason for changing government. Also, a lot of people who are against war, they feel a bit offended. So, especially with, well, another propaganda, coming from outside, because former Russians who already immigrated a few years ago to Europe, they're trying to distance themselves from us, evil Russians, and so they multiplying Ukrainian propaganda, European propaganda, US propaganda, and it's false of us. So, well, we feel a bit offended and a strange feeling. That's the most funny thing I heard. Two funny things. I call this funny. You may decide that it's not. That's first of all the one guy who is already naturalized Czech Republic citizen. He says that's okay. In 1991, he was able to destroy Soviet Union. So we have to go and destroy Putin as easily as he destroyed Soviet Union. And also some immigration, Russian immigration in Czech Republic, they also say that's okay, if you cannot remove Putin instantly, you should go to Red Square and do what Jan Palach did, which is actually would not work because, and that's another reason why sanctions is not working well. Putin does not care about human rights. He cares about human rights, about Russian citizens, even less than communist government cared about people in Soviet Union. That's a really, really hard thing. So sanctioning everyday Russian is actually you are playing for Putin. Okay, I think I'm finished. Please, if you have questions, ask them through mic because I do not have well connection to YouTube, so I do not monitor audience. Ask them to type them in Jitsi chat or react them through mic.
Okay, do we have a mic? Okay.
Hello. Greetings from Europe. Can you hear me? So my question is, what kind of role China is playing in order to help Russia evade sanctions? Do you think that from the Russian Kremlin's perspective, China is a reliable partner for them?
Too many new information? Okay, I will read change.
So there was a question from the audience. What type of role does China plays in the sanctions functions, and to what degree does it help it to surpass?
I will try to answer very diplomatically correct. China plays its own role. So some companies from China, like who wants to continue to work with United States, officially withdrawn themselves from Russia, so they declared it. But in some cases, it was officially said that they did not want to fall under secondary sanctions, under secondary US sanctions. But again, officially, China does not help to surpass sanctions. But de facto it will be, because the German retailer, do-it-yourself retailer Obi officially said that they're withdrawing from Russia, so they just sold trademark. And well, as you see, I am in summer cottage. We wouldn't, and I'm regularly buy something needed for my do-it-yourself. And I see that's, well, exactly the same parts stopped being named like Lux tools under the German trademark, but they, well, using now another trademark produced in the same city of China. So I think it's definitely will work for globalizing sanctions, and for capitalists, well, any profit will be useful, because again, back to Microsoft and Cisco and all these IT and security companies, they withdrew now from Russia, but while for the last 20 years Putin was building its regime, Microsoft was selling its operating systems and office packages and something like Russia. They didn't shy to work with Putin for previous 20 years. I think for us pirates, another funny thing is that Hollywood majors have withdrawn themselves from Russia very instantly. But now they are trying, well, Russian, especially small cinemas, start just pirating Hollywood blockbusters. They are downloading from torrent and displaying. And Hollywood majors are now finding a way to return back to Russia, but with parallel import. So it's like they are getting money from, well, displaying their movies, but not under their official names. So in this case, I don't think that China will play a major role in surpassing sanctions, but they will definitely play their own role. And again, follow the money. The money will spoil effect of sanctions, major sanctions anyway.
Do we have any other questions?
Okay, more questions?
I don't see anyone. So yeah, okay.
Thank you. I will ask you the most general question that there is. If not sanctions, then what? If that's not the way to oppose, for the West, let's say, to oppose Putin, and what then? Military?
Okay, I've read the question from chat. That's if not sanctions, then what? Well, actually, since we already a bit late for that, what? But I think that's what we should continue, is spreading the values of human rights. As I said before, about 100 million people from Russia are not aware about European values. They never been in Europe. They never been in other countries. They will live in their village and think that's the way they live. It's the only way to live. Maybe, and it will be told in 1 hour in evidence speech. Some soldiers who are fighting in Ukraine, they are finding strange things for them. They will steal it and send via post back home. Because even in Ukraine, which is not a very rich country, they find ways of different living. So spreading the word, explaining how human rights are relevant to everyday people, and maybe, well, removing inequalities is actually what would help. Actually, that's what I was trying to do and speak with people for my few last years as a pirate and, well, civil activist. And now for me, all this what's happening is very sad, because I see that I failed. I have reached some people, but I wasn't able to reach that 100 million other people who live outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg and maybe some cities in European part of Russia. I think that will work exactly not only for Russia. So this is a challenge also about for African countries, from Asian countries, from South American countries. That's what we can do. That's what we should do. That's what we should continue doing even in our position now. So I have no options, well, to leave Russia. Okay, I will still doing this. It's a bit risky. I'm being blamed by, well, foreign Russian diaspora outside of Russia and, well, some other propaganda channels. But that's what we should do in any way under all circumstances. Okay. May I skip a question about NATO? Because I definitely, well, I'm not a military analytics, and I have an opinion, but I don't think that's it works. But about future, I can tell what I and, well, my colleagues who of a democratic movements and opposition here feels. We feels like the Putin thrown us from a top edge of skyscraper, and we're just falling down. We are still falling down, and, well, we clearly understand that's what happens when we'll reach floor. In the best case, we will return to the 80s, to Soviet Union. In the worst
slide before that was showing the map of where we're working, what are we doing. So I will just do it with words. Actually, this action is to take this object that we carry on our shoulders now, which is it's a statue. Usually you will call it a object or a statue. This object is titled and designed upon an element that we call the Holy Ark. The Holy Ark is one of the mythological Jewish temple objects that got lost somewhere in the 2nd century. And basically what we see here is it's very it's a ceremony. We can call it a kind of a ceremony of taking the god in a way. Like if you see this object, you understand that you can still see it if you go to India today and you see practice of worshipping. You understand that one in every time they take the god out. They take the god out to the public, and this is actually what we do here. We take this god. But if you look if we look here, yeah, what we have in this Holy Ark, we have online screening. This one, you see, like the upper right screen here is actually giving us the input of, or the point of view of the object traveling in the world. And the first thing we did is we carried this into Israel Museum, the main corridor, open corridor of Israel Museum. We didn't see it from the beginning, but we are accompanied by a Zeppelin, like a civilian Zeppelin is traveling with us. He gives the shots that we see here on the upper left window. We're just making a stop now, and it's next to Anish Kapoor work, kind of an upside down work. So, yeah, we share. What I share here is a 4-channel video work. Usually, it's not on one screen. You enter to a room. You have the object in the middle, and you have these four images screen around you. Okay, thank you. Maybe we put the volume a bit up and just let it be for a second. I think it gives a good entering point to the tactics and the thoughts that I practice with my art. And I will enlarge in a few minutes after we finish this. Share also that the first part of this walk was authorized. I was engaged in working in the Israel Museum at that time, And it was kind of simple. Like I went to the authorities and say, hey, I'm doing this work. I want to take a big Zeppelin into the museum, take it out. And surprisingly, they just went with it. They say, yeah, why not? Sounds good. We're reconstructing everything here. We can do that. But actually, this whole walk is on a hill in Jerusalem, which usually we call it, or I name it, the Capitol Hill, because on this hill, in walkable distance, you have the majority of governing institutions. Next to big two museums, you have what you have here, what you see on the background here, is the Parliament House. So we are walking actually towards the Parliament House. This part was not authorized. We just did it. You will see the consequences soon. And generally, I think it reflects on the tactics or on the way that I try to work, which is a combination of being very clear, transparent, like I very openly streamed this action while doing it. Maybe it's important to explain that I was, before this day, before this action happened, I was living in this hill for 7 weeks straight on with a small caravan that I call the Self-Broadcasting Authority. During these 7 weeks, I was 24/7 broadcasting myself to a didactic site, acting a lot of dialogical conversation, also with my tribe of people, of artists, activists, but also with all the big amount of institutions that are there. And for these 7 weeks, in a way, I established myself as a kind of alternative authority. Yeah, by practicing this, by physically being there, physically putting myself in the territory, and very much upfront and very much openly. There was a didactic site, internet site that held all the information and made it very much transparent about all my actions there. And what we see here is a documentation of the last action we made on these 49 days. And now things begins to be complicated because the Knesset, the parliament guards, suddenly realized they have a huge Zeppelin hanging above the parliament, non-authorized. They were a bit uncomfortable with that, and this is the deputy of the parliament guard. We met before. He knew me. I'm the crazy artist who live in a caravan. So they're not seriously intimidated, though the people who carry the Holy Ark now have guns towards them from the Knesset guard, because they were really alarmed, like it's a kind of a no-no to do such things. And next to that, very surprisingly, I didn't know how this action will end. It was the last day in a long project, and somehow I said to myself, well, anyway, let's see. Like, let's stretch the boundaries, go with that. And if I end up in jail this time, it's okay. It will do. But actually, what happened is that I said, you see it here happening, I said, okay. Sorry about it happening. I take it down. Let's take it down. But I really need to continue my work here because we're in the middle of a project. I need to go to the Supreme Court. It's like 5 minutes walk. Please let me do that. And this is what happened. Like instead of like I can only try to imagine what happened if this sin was happening in a different way or a different circumstances, because it can end up really differently. So, like in a lot of time I was thinking, like it was very bold, it was very much upfront. But somehow nobody took the the materials, which if I was them, this is what I would do. And we still have a full documentation of this action, which I feel happy with. We're reaching out to the end of this short walk. This 12 minutes describe something like 1.5 kilometer walk. Not exactly, but pretty much in a lifetime. And we are landing this holy ark next to the Supreme Court courtyard. Kind of an alien object coming from the past, screening reality, online in reality. And it really relates to the object itself, which considered to be, or used to consider to be, like the ultimate transformative tool. So I will just go back for a second to the map that I shared before. So yeah, the walk that we made was actually, like, this is Parliament House, this is the museum, and over here is the Supreme Court. And this whole project was a research project that I initiated. Really, after in 2009, the 3G network was spread out, and it was the first time that it was possible to actually use video when you're not in one place. So technologically, it was a huge jump. And a few months after, I began this a series of journeys in Jerusalem and in Israel, Palestine, that it was all about taking this tool of live screening. Today it looks very, yeah, of course, everybody does that. We do that all the time. But go back 12 years ago and you understand that it was a really a breakthrough in the ability of simple people to engage in this kind of live broadcasting reality around us. Yeah, so I think this project is it sums up some kind of tactics that interest me, that curious me, and these tactics have to do with how do you use maps and real life situation, real life environments, and implement in them mythology or some kinds of messages, and then work in them. So to make it a bit more concrete to the space that we are here, it's a sketch, and it's a sketch of what I call the Prague year. We call it Prague year 1. And I think if you carefully look at the map, you understand that there's a twist here. Yeah, we are here now. And if you look carefully, you see that there's a big ear that surrounds us. Is this ear real? Is this ear, what is it? Or what it can be? Yeah? And I think I'm curious in these ideas of this connection between what is real and what is possible, and the gap between us. And I think it's a lot about taking responsibility of what we can do. So we have this imaginary map now, and we have a layer of acupuncture pressing point. Again, is it real? Like, do cities listen? Can we treat our environments? How and if can we do that? So one layer of it is a very practical layer. I think Mike was speaking about it very clearly in our panel beforehand, and it's realpolitik. We take care of our societies and our environment by taking part as things as they are, which it's a point of view which is very relevant and interesting. Next to that, I think that some of us, or part of us, need to point out the imaginary possibilities that we can carry on and implement in real life with doing these weird things, or with these weird games of art making. So I will share that my talk will be kind of abstract in a way, not as focused as our last talks here, because I think this is how these imaginary places usually go. They don't really follow a real structure, but they create, or their aim to open up the minds to understand that the possibilities of how we observe our reality and how we create our realities actually are much wider than we usually think. So I will share some more art making, and at the end of the talk, I hope that I will be able also to describe some very practical, alternative way of creating and maintaining changes as a completely structural NGO that works in Jerusalem. Before that, because, you know, I take here the hat of the fool in a way. I do it with joy. So I recorded a small message because I will focus on Jerusalem, but I live in Berlin now. So a few days ago, when I understood that, yeah, I'm going to come here and share some ideas, I went out of my studio and made this small video, which is also about increasing poetry in the streets and a kind of a blessing to this conference. So it's a short one. Let's enjoy it.
Think twice, pirates, hope. It's not easy to cope with all the misery in the world, but there is hope, thanks to the pirates, thanks to you. The world gets another chance, so think twice and enhance your brain, because an exchange of ideas is never in vain, and when you're clever, any dragon can be slain.
I hope the pirates like it. I hope too.
Superman. Okay, yeah, so this was a blessing from Dan, and multiplying the amount of songs in the streets, which is important, because I think we are not so aware of that, but our streets are really conquered by or monitored in a very strong way, and I think most of us take it for granted, or take it as, yeah, of course, this is how it goes. Like, what if everybody will do what he wants in the street, where we end up, and et cetera, et cetera. But somehow I feel differently about it. I think it's very important for people, for us, for public to maintain our, or to put a lot of power in our public sphere. And basically, this is what I do most of the time, or try to do, etc. So, we speak about Jerusalem, so let's have a look. Usually, or for most of the last 2,000 years, when people were speaking about Jerusalem, they were speaking about this part, okay? This thing that we see here, the more dense part of the picture, this is what today called Old Jerusalem, okay? What you see here around is the line of the wall, this famous wall. In the last, I don't know how many hundreds of years, it was kind of separated for quarters. There's like the Jewish quarter, the Muslim quarter, the Armenian quarter, etc. And then when we jump into the 19th century and forward, we are going into this. Like when people speak about Jerusalem today, they speak about this, okay? So just to understand the scales, this is like a 1.8 square kilometers or something like this. And this is Jerusalem today. Usually, if you read the names and you have some Arabic understanding, so you see that on the right side here, it's expansion that happened during the Jordan municipality time from 1948 to 1967. These all ex-villages were merged into the east side of Jerusalem. And what you see over the left side here happened the same in the Israeli side. A lot of neighborhoods or small settlements and ex-Palestinian villages were brought together into the municipality of Jerusalem. So Jerusalem as a working space, and it was for me in the last 25 years my working space. As an urbanist, this was my city. And I think you can understand and you can imagine that it's a complicated space. It's divided on one side by population, or focuses on population. It's one of the first things that happened after the '67 war was that Israel took charge. It's the only part of the occupied/liberated territories that Israel took, like legally made it part of Israel. To work in a situation like this, where we just imagine that we're having this conference, and 500 meters away from us, there's totally different situation to the people who live there. It's morally and conceptually and physically, it's challenging situation, and it raises a lot of questions of how to relate to that, how to relate to this reality in an open-minded, in a fair way. So I want to share one project, or to focus a little bit on one project that I think reflect on this question. If I find the right slide for that. Okay. So this is a project we call Visit No Man's Land. It's a part of a trilogy of journeys, as we call it, and difficult because it's narrow and yeah. But actually, what we did there is that we took apart what you see here on the darker side with all these nodes. It's a piece of X no man's land. Okay, what is a X no man's land? You can see it in Berlin also. Yeah, it means that there were times, and these times for this place was between 48 to 67, that actually these places were no man's land. No man's land also physically, meaning there were mines there. If you put your head up from any direction, you could have been killed. It's like legally, it's a legal term. It's very interesting to understand that no man's land is an internationally legal term. And basically what it means that still internationally wise, these strips of land in Jerusalem, they are really without no ribbon, without no authority. Okay? Like legally, it's not Israel and not Palestine. Okay? Physically, on the everyday life, that when you go into these places, you see nothing. You see, it's totally hidden. It's not something that is realized in the street now. It was after '67 war. It was completely demolished. Like the whole concept, it was rebuilt in a way, with no memory of this existence, and with rejecting, like the Israeli government is, I think, the only one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's another one or two small states that support it. But the Israeli government system is the only one that say that this place is Israel. All the other international countries, and by the international law, this place is still a no man's land. And we found this fact very fascinating, because if there's no law in a place, it can be very scary, okay, but then again, it opened up the opportunity to really think twice, think it over again. And if there's a place with no law, we can maybe create our laws, or we can make a change, okay? So conceptually, this was the case. And then in 2011, we created a project that we called Visit No Man's Land. And this is the brochure of it. And Visit No Man's Land was a week-long action-making, performances and installations in this no man's land territory. Again, all of it live broadcast online to the net. We speak again in 2011. It wasn't something that was tactic then. And I want to share some work out of this. It's the shortened version of it, but I think we might find it interesting. I will shortly speak a little bit about each participant here. It's not all the works that were there, but it's most of them. Okay, this is the longer version, but let's stick with that. So this is the white soldier. It's a squad of ex-soldiers, actually, that, as you see, painted themselves in white, and were patrolling this no man's land for this whole week. Maybe it's very important to share that this strip of land, okay, it's like Jerusalem and Israel and etc. But actually, it's really obvious that on this side lives a lot of Palestinians, and on this side lives a lot of Israelis, and there's a lot of military there, like in a lot of parts of Israel. There's a lot of military presence. And this artist, Yuda Brown, the person that we see here in the main, like to do what he do, to walk around like this with uniform, dressed right, being totally awkward in Jerusalem, up front, it's not an easygoing thing. It's not a joke. Also, as you see, officially wise, but also with the people, also with the reaction of the people, with this, because in Israel, like it or not, the military is like, it's a strong thing. It's nothing to joke about. Not that I say that to joke, but he challenged this figure, and I'm very curious. Sorry, I will need to switch to the shortened version, otherwise we will be here for long. So the first action that we did in this project was to actually measure the place, because it was hidden. Yeah? There was no evidence in the ground about where actually these lines go. You can Google it, you can zoom in from Google, and you understand that, yeah, there's line going on there. So we took a professional measure person, and what you see me here doing it, and it was a week-long process, is one thing is to carve the name of the project on a stone, and the other one is to really measure with a professional measure and to mark on the street where is this thing, where this no man's land go. And okay, Yuda we saw. Maybe we got just to a point where it's confronting a soldier. It's an interesting one. So actually, like he's been stopped by a soldier and he's refusing, like he's trying to investigate him, like he said. See, he challenged them to say, hey, yeah, what are you doing here? Like, he's taking control. It's an interesting point. Yeah, and another thing we did it's a project of one of artist named Yuval Yairi. We just took the title of this project, cut it into shape of words, and walked around with it and manifested it in that sense. This is a work of another artist, Noah. And what she's doing, or what we are doing here, is we're installing something we call no name. Yeah, we see no name is a tied up person with his hands after his back, and it's in the spot where a lot of Palestinian workers are stopped and being questioned. This is work of Levi Zitner. He wandered around in no man's land, and he convinced people to create signs, to write signs, public signs, like signs that you walk with in demonstrations. This is a project that happened in the tram. It's like a crazy steward. We try to convince people that they're actually driving to different places, and really, it's more a metaphysical journey.
דרך האש. אותה אש. אותה אש. מוחמד, לצורך העניין, נוסע ממקווי מדינה. א', אל המרוחק, אל אקצה, ב', ושם נוסע ב' לא', אל השמיים, חיל האוויר.
And this is it's like a legit dance performance. again, actually, it's very important to say that all of what you see here was action with no authorization. We didn't ask approval of nothing here. And I think a lot of our tactics, when we say we, is a group of artists, yeah, just to be clear with that, it's not a pirate party, it's more of a pirate actions, or how you can pronounce different thoughts and attitudes in the public sphere, and what are the legit tactics to do that without engaging the responsible for display. Yeah, what you see here is as a part of the NGO for Art and Society, that I was one of the initiatives of it and one of the people who ran it artistically. We creating a new sign, like street signs in the neighborhood that we worked in, and these signs are for the memory of the Black Panthers. Like the NGO worked in a neighborhood of what in the 70s used to be the home of the Black Panthers, and actually we, again, not authorized, we just copy the marks or the ways that this neighborhood street signs are created, and we create new ones which making memory for these Panthers, and nobody did it before that. Like we establishing a statement in that way. And maybe this is the last project that I will share from this week-long art experience. It's hoodies. It's again. Can you?
What could be this is that first of all, if people see more often what's here, they say, oh, like this is something that is living in Jerusalem, like, or this is something that is here.
Yeah, we're trying to create like a live
Or
Okay.
I don't know, but
kind of a beast.
red is
No? Yeah. Sounds like that's the point.
yeah, that means varsity also we still work.
Okay, I think we stop here with that because it goes a bit more, but it's yeah. Important to say that in a lot of my artworks, the output it resembles in a way some kind of a surveillance room, or this whole idea of like what I share here is actually its actions is focusing about actions. Let's have it. This is good. Huh? What happened? Computer is dead. We have a stuck computer. Restart? Can be. Can be. Okay, maybe restart it. I will chat a bit about yeah, I think like maybe I frame my thoughts here a little bit, okay? Maybe I frame my thoughts. Like when I was invited here to ThinkTwice conference, and I was thinking about, okay, what exactly can I share? I think it led me to some thoughts, and one of them is that I have a feeling that the title here for me it was a call for some kind of reflection, or to think twice, like to think about the things twice, yeah, naturally. And it took me quite directly to the years of 2011 and all the happenings that we usually call the Arab Spring. And okay, Arab Spring is a general term, but actually what we speak about is it was a time that in almost all around the Mediterranean Sea, people were rising up and people were practicing their civilians' existence and challenging it very much upfront. And then I jumped into the last 2 years that or 2.5 years that we are facing, and the fact that actually the public space and our like we were strongly depressed in a way. Yeah, the ability to use the public sphere was very much different, and these two sides of the equation still are interesting for me. They sum up the possibilities. Yeah, one possibility in a way is that the public as public go out and engage in a converse that is from down up and demanding change or changes as a plural. And on the other hand, we have these 2.5 years that the public is very much scared and very much indoor and very much dependent on the whole system as it is. These two sides are fascinating for me, and I think what I share here is some tactics or some voices of how you make or how you pronounce these directions through art. Maybe we just finish the last because it's good. It's Amnon Berry. Let's hope the computer will hold it. I think we're somewhere around here. 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 Or here. Okay, this last show it's an interesting one because what we're doing here, it's a work of Porat Salomon. Porat Salomon is what usually called a settler, which means he lives on the other side of the Green Line, in what's internationally wise considered as Palestine or Palestine territory. And actually, what we are doing here, it's really underneath Jaffa Gate. It's like in a very, very sensitive place. In a way, we're doing it under the bridge because under the bridge is always more interesting. Yeah, this is Jaffa Gate, yeah, for the whole city. And actually, what we are doing here is marking the layout of his home, like the floor plan of his home, into the ground. Okay, so this was a very short visit in No Man's Land. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, right. Where are we in time? Okay, we're very ahead in time. So I will stop sharing art for a second, and I will try to speak a bit more about structures that exist now in Jerusalem, and yeah, okay. So we go here. This is something that exists now. Bar Kaima, as we see here. Bar Kaima is an NGO. Bar Kaima in Hebrew and in Aramaic means sustainability. And this is the real title of the NGO, Sustainability for Culture, Art, Music, and Peace. Listen, I think it's maybe one of the 3 NGOs that still use the term peace in Israel these days, so appreciate it. So Bar Kaima is a Jerusalem NGO for developing new forms of collective expressions, organizational development, collaboration economy, and minimizing the damage of bureaucracy. They do that in 3 main tactics, so like pillars. One of them, the first one, it's the Bureau, Studio for Art and Bureaucracy. I really like this combination, art and bureaucracy. Usually they are totally separated and artists are terrified from the other part. But I think what Noam and Lydia, it's very important to say, it's a private in that sense initiative by Noam Kuzar and Lydia Maltin. Naturally, by its direction, it involves huge amount of participants. And generally saying, I can say that this organization, in a way, holds up most of the bureaucracy challenges of the underground or the alternative Jerusalem actions. If you see here, down here, you have some examples of the initiatives that are taking part of this. But just to generalize and to say that it's not a bubble, it's a real thing that rolls up big amounts of money and make possible to help us, uneducated artists to survive in this bureaucracy world. So, organization, the borough. First of all, it's a physical place. Like there is a place. It's not just an online situation. This space is a kind of a studio slash meeting place slash art place. So this is one part of the organization. The other part is online administrative tools and professional development, which means that yeah, if you go to the other slide, we will go back to this slide. But if you go to back, sorry, yeah, this one. So actually, what Lydia and Norm are focusing on is not about being the biggest NGO that works with artists, but actually they are initiating projects into independence. I think this is the main, or this is one of the points that I really like. It's radical, but because businesses don't do that. But the idea is that I want you as a customer, as less as I can. I want to gain from you as less as I can. I want you to be independent. And I think as a tactic is a very unique way. We will go back to that shortly. Yeah, it engaged managing tools like really, all the wild world of Google Docs. Lecture courses, mentoring, which means they really spread the world. Like they travel around Israel, Jerusalem and Israel, and trying to take this structure and to multiply it and to let more and more people, again, be independent in their relationship with administration. Community, so yeah, they have the Jerusalem TV, which is a monthly video fanzine, which actually goes with the or follows this community, this growing community, and their actions. And very practically, what they call Bank Kaima, which is an actual tool. It's not an abstract thing. It's the way to manage and to personalize and to create a kind of alternative market space for everyone who involved. Okay, just to be more specific with numbers, like everything is involved is something like 50 initiatives. Okay, imagine Prague, imagine this city. Think about all the small initiatives that you have, you know, bands, some kinds of shops, cultural and art-related venues, and that they are all becoming some kind of a network that engage in between itself, first of all in converse, secondly economically, and thirdly they are becoming power. They are becoming, when 50 initiatives like this negotiate with the system, we are power. We're becoming to be power. We're not a small something that you can, you know, whip right and left. You gain your independency. You gain your ability to speak. And I really recommend, like, Bar Kaima is online, like, search for it. Search for it. Bar Kaima, Jerusalem. I think you will gain. I think the English part of the site is not huge, but you can gain some info there. And I think what is described here is if we speak about tools for change, or is a very strong tool for change, for gaining control about initiative or parts of our life that are really important, and actually there's no one other to support or to enlarge them, and it's not a political party thing, but it's important to say that this initiative was created time-wise, and like Noam and Lydia, they are one of the founders of the Pirate Party in Israel, and they are carrying a lot of the weight of the party. Next to doing this, and it was in time-wise, it's almost parallel, like the creating of the Israeli Pirate Party and the creating of Bar Kaima happened in the same timing, and with the involvement of most of the people, like most of the people who work here or doing this project, that I don't have time to really go for them, but it's serious, really important initiatives, like full-on ones. So what I'm trying to share here is at the end, that I think in the reality of the Israeli Pirate Party, on the one hand, the party is very much like having questions. We are not as succeeding as the Czech Pirate Party, but on the real side of the doing things, you know, of what we as people engaged in society really do, we do well, we do good, and we do it with alternative tools. We created alternative tools which are not in the political, like in the real political structure, because it's very limited. Sorry for saying it up front. And we created alternative tools that are functioning and can give, I think, hope and example for a lot of other people. And I think I will stop here. I can talk a lot, I can share a lot of other works, but I think it's enough. And of course, I will be happy to answer any question if there is one.
Okay, so discard everything I said before about not having a lunch break because our next speakers are not here yet. So if you'll be okay with it, they will probably be here around 3. So we can take the lunch now and have Marina Chuprina, the Ukrainian refugee, speaking next afterwards, and she will be the last speaker of the conference. Thank you. 3 o'clock.
A few weeks ago, I was messaging with my old Montreal pal, Don Mescal, as he was passing along the latest release from his Cosmovision label, which I must say has been delivering significant output during the last 3 years. Since he founded the label with his compatriot Philippe Nadeau, aka El Extravagante. He reminded me that it's been almost 3 years, in fact, that he first asked me for a guest mix for their Cosmocast. And gosh darn it, I have yet to deliver. However, it did get my steel wheels spinning, and I came up with a compromise, which I know will not quite satisfy his desire for me to lay down some of my gems and secret weapons, as he calls them. But nevertheless, I think will satisfy other musical needs. So as I'm often looking for a theme, this week's mix is a Cosmovision label feature, delving into the vast catalog already of the Montreal label and a diversity of genres right across the global spectrum. Some of my faves over the next couple of hours, and certainly just a sampling of the Cosmovision output. And I figure that rather than ramping it up on the slow-mo, how about we get into it with a little bit more pace? And thus, into no man's land, we groove. Medicine Man with you, CIUT 89.5 FM.
J'aurais passé ma vie à m'interroger sur la fonction du souvenir, qui n'est pas le contraire de l'oubli, mais plutôt son envers. On ne se souvient pas, on réécrit la mémoire comme on réécrit l'histoire. ce vertige de l'espace signifiait en réalité le vertige du temps.
IUT 89.5 FM, Medicine Man with you.
y crezco todo. Soy mujer y cuido todo. Soy mujer y curo todo, 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 Hay de todo adentro de mi cuerpo, hay espacio para todo en mi ser. Hay de todo adentro de mi corazón. Soy el femenino adentro de todo. Je suis l'essence féminine partout. Soy el femenino adentro de todo. Partout. Je suis l'énergie féminine en tout.
Energia feminină din tot și din sunt energia feminină în totul înconjurător. Jestem kobiecą energią we wszystkim. Ich bin die weibliche Energie in allem. Je suis l'énergie féminine. בכל דבר. Sunt energia feminină din tot și din toate.
Hay de todo adentro de mi cuerpo, hay espacio para todo en mi ser. Hay de todo adentro de mi corazón. Soy el femenino adentro de todo. Todo adentro de mi cuerpo, hay espacio para todo en mi ser. Hay de todo adentro de mi corazón. Soy el femenino adentro de todo. I am the feminine in all things.
Grooving down under the circle of time and heading back up toward the top. The Cosmovision edition, No Man's Land, every Thursday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., 89.5 over the airwaves, www.ciut.fm, and djmedicineman.com for playlists, streaming, and downloads of radio mixes.
CIUT 89.5, Toronto.
Over the top and into set 3. The Cosmovision Records feature In No Man's Land, and a sampling of some of my favorite tracks from the label over the past 3 years. With a lean, I've noticed. Toward the polyrhythmic and sweet syncopation. Medicine Man with you. CIUT 89.5 FM. KIUT 89.5 FM. Medicine Man with you. goes to Don Mezcal and El Extravagante. So much diverse and eclectic music from a Montreal label, doing real good. Check the artist roster, releases, and all the socials at CosmoVisionRecords.com. Traveling through the Tarsier.
Actually, a lot of speakers, also like people, they couldn't really attend, but yeah, so we will do the recording and also we can share too.
I got this. You can. Okay, everyone. Thank you for coming back from the lunch, unlike yesterday. We have our last speaker of the conference here. It's Ms. Marina Chuprina, who is one of the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians displaced by the Russian war in Ukraine. And she will tell us her story and the ordeal of her family and everything they had to go through to get safely to Prague. and she will be interviewed by Vera Kos. Thank you for coming.
So let's check. Everything works perfectly, so let's start. I am Marina. Thank you for this kind introduction. I've been in Prague since March, since the 15th of March. And firstly, I see that people refer, in the introduction, people referred to me as brave, but I don't see myself as brave in any way. If I were brave, maybe I would help army just on the front line, or I don't know, I would help to save people, treat people right after they are wounded or something, but still I'm here, and I think I'm just a person who saved their life and the life of those this person loves. So, introduction, right?
I'm gonna ask you questions and it will help, I guess. So can you please tell us where are you from and what was happening there when the war started?
Okay. I will tell you about my previous life. So, because I understand for most people, Ukraine is like, okay, Ukraine is somewhere there, and maybe it's like just another kind of Poland or Belarus or something. So all towns are the same, all cities are the same, or just no imagination about my hometown at all. So let me show you. My town is called Bila Tsarkva. In direct translation, it's White Church. This guy is a founder. He's called Yaroslav Mudry, and my town was founded even earlier than Moscow in 1032. As you see, it's our coat of arms, and as you see, it was like peaceful, maybe sleepy town, just 200,000 population. So this is how my town looked at Christmas. We have a river just in the middle of the town. It's called Ros. It's Catholic church, maybe one of tourist attractions. And like main view. Do you like it? The center of town, this is the memorial to fallen during Maidan. A lot of new buildings. Also we got festivals. This was held maybe 4 years in a row. It was very popular. Some historical places. Actually, it's not historical, but like it's for our fans of historical reconstruction. This is Alexandria Park, main touristic attraction of our town, and it's like, just imagine the forest, but very cultured, the statues, and very, very good, well groomed. Swans and beautiful places, right? So this, it was like before 24th of February. I will go back to those pictures. So on the 23rd, my friend, who is actually the author of these pictures, Roman, he said, oh, you know, let's go watch sunrise. It's going to be beautiful. And indeed, it was beautiful. And it was the last peaceful sunrise in my town. There is a small Riga. It's called the Island of Childhood. It's like very popular place to have picnics and barbecues with its children. And it's called, as I said, it's called the Island of Childhood. And it was maybe one of my favorite places to go for a walk, enjoy forest, enjoy bird chirping and singing, and my dog enjoyed this place too. Everything changed on 24th of February when instead of our alarm clocks, we woke up by missiles, by sounds of explosions. It was almost 4 in the morning, just very symbolic, you know. And everyone woke up with this small hope, oh, maybe just some car or some firework or something, but everyone deep in their hearts and heads knew that it all started. First, 5 rockets aimed places which were somehow connected to military, like it was military hostel or small airport. It's like very small and not really working, just maybe for touristic purposes, but anyway. And there were 5 of them, and that was enough. Then everyone was scared, of course, and our life changed. People avoided going to work. They worked remotely, constantly air raid sirens with this horrific sound when you feel dead inside after hearing this, and no one knew what to expect. Are Russians coming into our town? Will we be able to protect ourselves? Are we going to hide in our basements forever? Our basements were not prepared. It's like just a place where stray cats and rats lived. So we had just to improvise to make it like more appropriate to spend hours and nights there. And maybe I don't even know. Maybe now situation look better, but at that time it was like plus negative experience to previous negative experience. So why am I showing this? In the beginning of March, in the very beginning of March, an avia bomb fell. It's maybe 5 kilometers from the place where I live. Just for you to, I'm sorry, how to go back and to go to another folder. Yeah, can you please switch to another folder? So this is what some areas of my town turned into after Russian missiles. This is the remains of that military hostel. This is what people experienced. Not the best place to be in the street at the time. Cemetery was destroyed. And remember that little spot. Almost in every Ukrainian town, there's an area on suburbs where people are trying to buy property like this. It's like for raising kids or to grow old peacefully, you know. And mostly they collect money for these houses and these these territories for all their lives. And this is a place to enjoy their life. And when that Russian aviabomb hit this area, this turned into this. Buildings were destroyed. Luckily, people were only going to settle into those houses, so mostly there were not people who suffered this. Maybe 2 women were injured. Sorry for this remark, but this is a good illustration for live now, don't delay. And this is the pianist. Can you turn the sound on, please? This is the owner of one of those houses. She was going to live there. Just I am asking you to remember this place because I'm going to add some details which too ironic not to tell. So it was her last visit to her house. She just said a goodbye to her favorite piano. Later, I sought those bombed places in Russian propaganda video, and it was used to explain that Ukrainian army attacked some town in Donbass. Can you imagine? I am looking at the place. I was walking my dog not far from there, and I am reading the titles. Oh, look, Ukrainian army is bombing Donbass, and what I would like people, what's wrong with you? So. In fact, they just bombed, they destroyed 20 houses just to lie on their TV. Can you go to the next, please? Because there is a picture of some white building and some other pictures. Okay, anyway, it was a story of that professional pianist, but what was I doing at this moment? I was walking my dog not far from that park, and it was like 5 kilometers from there. And the power of the explosion was so strong that my dog just jumped on all her 4 feet. And I did like this, and I understood that no, I can't take it anymore. So I don't see it as a bravery. So for me, it was no other choice than to take my family and leave. Just the day before, my friend who were in Bulgaria, she she called me and asked, "What are you doing there? Why are still there?" I said, "But I'm Ukrainian and I have to be in Ukraine." She said, "No, you don't have to. Are you a soldier? Do you know how to hold a gun? Do you know how to protect yourself if a gun is pointed at you? Do you know what Russians does to women like you and in what number?" And I was like, then she continued, "How are you going to help Ukrainian army if you are going to be a living shield if the Russians are in town? They will just cover with your body, so you are no help. You're just like useless here." And I thought, well, yeah. Then my friend from Poland, he's actually lives in Poland and in Czech Republic at maybe at the same time. His name is Tomasz Dabrowski. Maybe you have heard of them. If you practice then Japanese, then he's responsible for it in Czech Republic and in Poland, I believe. So he also wrote to me the day before and said, just go out of there." My story was the same. "No, I have to be here." He said, "No, you're a woman. There is nothing to do for you, personally for you." So I don't want to tell that all women are useless during the war, but personally me, yes, I'm totally useless because everything I can do is to sit and be scared.
Can I ask you what you were doing before war?
Yeah. I was half teacher, half copywriter. In the morning, I ran English lessons at technical schools, one school, and gymnasium. So in the second part, I was a copywriter for a nice restaurant Facebook page, and I really enjoyed my life because, like, I had a lot of free time. And on the 23rd, I was just enjoying my visit to the hairdressers, and I thought, oh my God, the whole month and spring is coming, and I'm going to look nice. But the next day, everything ended. So my friend asked me, my friend Tomek asked me whether I can leave Ukraine. I said no, because no transportation, no buses, no trams. And he said, I cannot come and protect you, so you have to get to the border and I will pick you from any point. And maybe I was lucky, so just at the next day after this explosion happened, I found an evacuation bus going just to the Polish border, so this is how we came safely. Luckily, my mother wasn't against leaving, but before the story was the same. I have to be here. Everything I have is here. So. Then, yeah, I will just use this question as a plan to continue my story.
So you wanted to show some pictures?
Yeah, this picture. It's an old building of phone connection. I don't know, this phone services. But on Russian TV, it's like bio laboratory near Kharkiv. So just imagine. It's in the center of my town, but it uses the picture of this building to explain that Ukrainians invented some biological hazard to I don't know why. Actually, I don't know why. So right now it's safe and sound, but just it was like some detail about how much they lie in the propaganda, so for you to understand. Are there any other pictures? I think yes. Oh no, no. Okay, okay. I think that's enough with pictures. It was like for giving pictures the whole image. So
I can ask you maybe something. You don't want to tell something in particular, of course.
Actually, I can continue on
Okay,
one.
great.
So there were a lot of blog posts, a lot of them. In the beginning of the war, our government asked everyone, every single citizen, to destroy these road signs which explained the places, you know, these road marks. So all the names of towns and cities were completely hidden or destroyed because Russians have no idea how Ukrainian maps look now. So they use maps from 1960s, I don't know, so everything has changed. They actually aimed some areas of my town which were military hospitals or something like that. They don't know that everything has changed for this, how many years? A lot. So we were going like in the middle of nowhere. We had no idea what town or what city or what other place it was. So, but our driver, he was like professional. He knew what to do. So we got to the nearest city. It was Lutsk, and then some church community volunteers, they fed us, and they invited everyone to their home. So we spent night there. Then our journey continued. We stopped on Polish border, and everyone were so kind to us. Like some women even cried, and you know what going through border is like. Everyone is strict. Everyone is looking like this at you. Maybe you are a danger. But at the time, it was like a lot of these workers with kanapka. Kanapka is like a small sandwich, and there were a lot of things, a lot of things for children, a lot of everything. Just come and pick up, and so that's why, because of this kindness, a lot of women just cried. Then we met with our friend after 6-hour journey by train. It was evacuation train. Before this, we got everything we needed on the Polish border. I honestly don't remember the name of this location, but we had some humanitarian aid, something, all the necessary things, you know, shampoo or everything you need during travel. Then they gave us also phone SIM cards, and then we traveled by this evacuation train. Not, well, you know, not the most comfortable travel in my life, but still I'm so grateful that it existed. It was amazing because it like train just for Ukrainians. We met with my friend in Kharkiv, and he acted very wise. He said, no cities, no Warsaw, Warsaw, I mean, no Krakow, no nothing. I take you to the mountain village, and then you will spend next week. He was very careful with us, and he told his wife not to show us any news, anything that could trigger us. And I honestly tell you that I remember the memories of that period all are very foggy for me. Like now I'm swapping through pictures, and what is it? Did I really visit this place? What mountain is it? It's a beautiful forest. Why don't I remember it? The place was Ivkova. It's a small village, and it was so peaceful that even wild animals peacefully just were walking on some yards, and I even met a deer, and I was like, what? Is it some kind of maybe domestic zoo or something? But for me, it like everything was foggy. I don't remember clearly that time because I was like too shocked to understand this. So after 6 days, we needed to leave this rented house my friend had rented for us, and accidentally on Instagram I saw a story that answered. It was a Ukrainian girl, but she was in Prague maybe she's been living in Prague for 8 years. And she said, I have a spare room. I can invite 2 people to live there. So I understand this is the sign from destiny. I need to go to Prague. It's like my personal invitation. So at that moment we said goodbye to my friend and went to Prague. So next month I spent in queues. Prague was my first touristic love when I was my first travel from Ukraine abroad was to Prague. It was my dream city, but you can imagine that when I came in, when the war started, I also didn't realize, oh, Prague, oh, look, it's Vaclavské náměstí, oh, really, oh, astronomical clock, oh, really, am I here? Am I really here? So it was like, my perception was like this. But first months I didn't see a thing, because first months we spent in lines for registration, for helping with this financial help, for some this humanitarian aid, because we left our homes just with 2 bags, 1 bag with all the necessary clothes, as another with the things of my dog. So we had nothing, only winter things. And we were really impressed by kindness of Czech people who brought their personal things to support us. And maybe this were the first thing I cried, because before this I was like frozen. I had no emotions and no feelings. And seeing this women, men, and even primary school children going with their favorite toys to Shatnik just to share what they have, I was, okay, maybe it was like my first trigger to get emotional again. And right now, if I don't finish the sentence, I will cry again. So.
You made me cry.
I have a makeup. I don't. I cannot cry right now. So, at that moment, all these official structures in Czech Republic were working maybe extra hours because they didn't have any system how to help. We needed to stand maybe in 8-12-hour queues just to have some again registration questions. I don't know how to explain this, but we have to be registered for medical insurance, for everything. So we were like got all the rights like Czech citizens for a year. Right now, these privileges are against Ukrainians because, and I understand why, I can't judge people for this. Czech people are irritated by this right now because they say, we are waiting for doctor help for years, and these people came and they received everything at once. It's not fair, and I can agree with them, that's not fair, but anyway, we Ukrainians didn't ask for this. I would like to pay for everything I received from people. I would like to be able to pay for everything I got for free, because on the first months we had a lot of things for free, like visiting museums, theaters, zoos. And for me, I don't know how many people perceive like this, but for me it was like, do Ukrainian people, women and children had to be murdered, raped and killed just for me to have a chance to go to the zoo by free? It's like, it was for me a very difficult and ethical questions, I think. So, as you see, I had some issues with this. So,
I wanted to ask some weird questions.
sirens, because the sirens usually are tested on Wednesdays. Every Wednesday they switch on the sirens, and they switched it off for 2 months or something, or 3 months, I'm not sure. So I didn't hear it for some time as well. And now they actually started switching it on. Do you think it's this moment when they are ready to forget, or what is this about? What do you think?
Okay, remember that Polish peaceful village I told you about when we went there first? It was the first Wednesday of March, I believe. Peaceful village, mountain, birds, and siren starts. Firstly, I didn't understand what's going on. I said maybe I died and now I'm going to hell. What's going on? Then they explained that this is a normal practice, and this sound is very different but still triggering. Every time when this ARA, or I don't know, siren is tested, a lot of scared people write on Facebook, what's going on? Are they already here? So I think that will be a trigger for a long, long time.
Yeah, I don't like the sirens neither, but I also heard that it's important to test them, in case. All right.
Now I see the Czech Republic is dealing really well with Ukrainian situation, because they created a lot of science in Ukrainian, a lot of explanations in Ukrainian. This program, Mobilny Klitsch, is translated into Ukrainian and translated good. It's so understandable and so helpful, and I am just like in awe in front of Czech IT workers. I don't know, maybe they are some kind of magicians or some I don't know, but what they did is like just amazing, just no words. And I'm really grateful for Czech Republic for dealing with this like this way. They make everything understandable and clear. Even if I don't know Czech language, I feel comfortable. But of course, not as positive as I describe. Also, there are some problems, I think. I want you to understand one thing. Before 24th of February, every Ukrainian was someone with job, education, with some property, with dreams, plans. And then when the war started, when Russia attacked Ukraine, and some people who left the country, no one. They are just no one, nameless, jobless, and helpless. Everything they planned, everything they had in mind is like dust in the wind, nothing. Now women who were top managers, who had their own businesses, who were teachers or high-paid doctors, now they clean kitchens or clean hotels or do something like this just because they are not Czech. They don't have enough skills to do something else, and they don't know Czech language. And sometimes they even don't want to learn Czech language because they said, I am not going to live here, I am just hiding from the bombs here. And at this point, problems might appear because maybe before the war, Ukrainians were perceived as people for hard work, working on buildings, and women came here to clean something. And now when all kinds of people are here, Ukrainians are perceived the same. So women are expected to continue to clean and do some low qualified job. So that's why I'm still jobless. I am useless for hard work. I am just useless for this. So, and for a job I want, I don't have enough experience or I don't know the language. So that's maybe the problem. And speaking about another troubles with Ukrainians, some of Ukrainians show themselves not from their best side. Instead of being grateful or at least quiet, they act like everything, like everyone owes something to them. They are rude and they don't make their children behave, and that's why right now I see a lot of hateful comments from Czech people, like take your money and leave. You are taking our places. You are taking our working places. You are rude. You are swines. Go back to Ukraine. I sincerely want to believe that they are Russian bots or something, but I cannot tell you for sure. I'm not sure how to deal with this, but I want to say that rude people can be in every nation.
That's really golden word about xenophobia in Czech Republic. Your approach, I don't know if I can say something for myself, but I just want to tell you that you are brave, and don't say otherwise. And indeed, people are not bad people can be everywhere, as good people can be everywhere. So about the jobs, it's a problem here. Okay.
I see. I'm sorry. I see. I will just solve this question, and maybe this is like maybe important point. Very big difficulty I met when I realized that some important governmental structures in Prague do not have people that speak English. Personally, I didn't meet that load of people who were rude to me or discriminated me, except for maybe some policeman who pretended he didn't understand my English and said, "You are in Prague, you are in Czech Republic, speak Czech." And I was surprised, like, what if I were a tourist? Do I really need to learn Czech for 2 days for my weekend? So it was rude, I think. But anyway, the problem is that when for example, now my medical insurance is running up, and I need to do something with this. For example, to go to Úřad práce and to be registered as a jobless. They don't have the person who would talk to me in English. And the same situation in metro when I cannot buy Zdenka or something because the women just don't understand me. So maybe this is the main problem for me when I cannot communicate with people I need. There's not a problem to buy something in the shop because someone for sure will answer me in English, but in some bureaucratical structure there need to be someone who can talk. Because I remember this show at Checkpoint when I was talked to elder man who spoke only Czech, and I needed to organize the stand-up show to explain what I want. So maybe that was the most uncomfortable situation for me.
Do you think that if Czech Republic was English-speaking country, it would be easier in this situation? It's a weird hypothetical question, but just
well, personally, I don't think that the Czech Republic need to be English-speaking. It's just maybe some additional language and like just the one instrument to understand one.
Just one extra person in a team that can just translate.
Just one more instrument to operate and communicate with people better. maybe you have some questions because like I think I was talking too long and you're a bit tired. Yes, sure.
Hi, thank you very much for sharing your story. I don't know if you can hear me from the microphone, so maybe I'll just talk like this. Before you were talking about all of the things that Ukrainians were receiving for free that seemed unnecessary, like the tickets to the zoo and things like that. But I want to ask, in your experience, is there something that you feel like you're missing, or something that war refugees like need access to that would have made your time easier here, besides the English speaking?
Okay, I will just. Are you asking about do we need some more positive experience to get distracted? Am I getting you right?
Any other proper help that you would need here?
For me, just like not easy to talk about help right now because we received so much help. Even if we didn't ask, there were a lot of people around asking, what do you need? What do you want me to bring? And when we moved to a flat to rent, there was nothing, almost nothing, and people were so kind. There was a queue. When I asked for kettle, maybe 4 or 5 people at once wrote to me and asked me where to bring this kettle. And I was, please stop, one is enough. So, and talking about cultural experience, I have mixed feelings for this because I could visit almost everything for free, but it was like I couldn't experience it properly because of this trauma, you know. Because when you you are walking in the street and you're wait, no sirens? Why no sirens? Why people after 10 p.m. in the street? Why it is light around? So it was like, I don't know, very strange. And seeing people enjoying their life for the first time, it's like, really? Can they do this and not hide from the raids every time they hear? But right now, about this, I think when that would be nice if now, when some months passed and people can perceive this properly, I think then there can be some discounts for visiting some galleries for those who really want. Because in the first month it was for everyone and people just didn't care. Like, why do I need a museum? I need to feed my children. And right now, when people are really interested, maybe they could have some discount for visiting some, I don't know, some museum, which is usually quite expensive. So maybe it's not that I am asking about this, but just it was just my thought.
Maybe before the next question, I'll just have a small note because I work at the town hall here. Like, having the zoo for free was quite useful to us and to all elementary schools and kindergartens and like children's groups who had the Ukrainian children. So they had something to do outside of the building. So they decided to go to the zoo for a day or something. So for them it was a lifesaver of a kind. But
Yeah.
I guess most people probably didn't use it at all.
For the children, it was a perfect experience because most children in Ukraine didn't realize what is going on around. Just imagine you are 3-4 years old, you hear some unpleasant sound, and then you see your scared mother, and she grabs you like this, and she rushes to this basement, and you spend some hours or even a night watching cartoons if you are tired of cartoons, and then you have this long travel and you are very tired, and still when you ask, Mommy, what is going on? You have the answer, oh, it's a bad wolf there. But but or it's a bad magician attacked us, so we have to run from him. And you're a child, you don't understand a thing. And then you come to a nice big city and you go and watch lions and tigers and elephants. So of course it was great. So, any more questions?
Thank you. Comment and question. First and foremost, solidarity from Hong Kong. I personally have been following Ukraine since 2013 Euromaidan movement, and then 2015 I was in Kiev and Donbass as a student journalist. I just want to tell you that how much it means to for Hong Kong to see Ukrainians, no matter you think you have done nothing or you have done everything, because the end of the Euromaidan actually inspired part of the umbrella revolution in Hong Kong. And there had been since then a lot of Ukrainians who were protesting in the Chinese embassy in Kiev to support Hong Kong. It was the same in 2019. So when the invasion happened on the 24th of February, actually a lot of Hong Kongers were reacting so much. And I come from a global advocacy group called Stand with Hong Kong, and we were trying to do everything to keep Ukraine on the agenda, to raise awareness. I understand that it may not change the situation in Ukraine, but then I just want to ask you what Hong Kongers can do for Ukrainians like you. What can we offer to you? Because I just want to let you know that even though you may feel some powerlessness, but then for us you have always been our heroes and sheroes. You have been doing a lot, to inspire the rest of the world. And please let us know what we can help, what we can do to help to offer something for you. Because there's this Free Hong Kong Center organized by Ukrainians, and Hong Kongers have been actually donating money to support the military supply and other military aid and volunteer applications. We have been trying to do everything. So just let us know like what you can, you need from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's a very good question. So I will divide my answers into two parts. So first, if you are talking about Ukrainians here in Prague, how can you help? Remember that these are traumatized people. They have trauma. And if they were nice people, they will be quiet about this. If they weren't nice people, this trauma makes everything worse. Please be patient. So maybe the patience and direct help is the main things you can do. Direct help when when a person says, I need this and this, and you organize and help. Not just like standing in the street and, hey, Ukrainians, come up and take what you need. Then, second part, if you are talking about Ukrainians in Ukraine, this is serious. Because right now is a critical point of war, and just if you imagine the map of the world and the sizes of Russia and sizes of Ukraine, very small country, and just looking at the map, Russian propaganda about dangerous Nazi Ukraine attacking Russia is like nonsense, because this is Ukraine, and Russia looks like this. So anyway, they have more of everything, more people willing to kill, more weapon, more of everything, more supplies, more of everything. They even use weapons from the Second World War, because it's a war country. They worship war. They like it. So they are ready to continue this war after maybe until Ukraine says, okay, we give up. But Ukraine won't give up. So if you want to help Ukraine, donate to Ukrainian army. That's very important, because if we lose, Europe will be next. Any country, starting from Poland, especially those countries who help Ukraine with weapon, with everything, they are first aim of Russia, because Russia doesn't forgive. They remember everything, and they won't be kind. Then everything. They just fled their home just in wearing their shoes and house dress. That's all. So if you can donate some food, clothes, I don't know, some hygiene products, or volunteers who do so, just donate money, please do so. And I know a lot of volunteers that go to Ukraine and back, and they carry this humanitarian aid to help Ukrainians, and they go back with people from Ukraine who still want to Ukraine and be abroad. So, but first of all, Ukrainian army needs help. This political situation is too twisted and complicated to explain or even understand, but this straight help will make difference, will be. Because our army, they I don't know, maybe some kind of war gods, because they are not going to give up. They just, but they cannot go with their bare hands, They need something to protect themselves and protect their country.
Thank you. I see Loretta there.
Thanks so much for coming here today, both Rela and also Marina, and I'm so glad that you're here. It's a really loud mic. And so at the very beginning, when I invite you, Marina, you said that you are quite afraid to speak in the public, and now we all see you here. I would like to ask, how do you overcome your fear? And also one question to Vera, that she is also helping a lot with this issue, having lots of Ukrainian evening with a lot of ladies. She has a association also, the feminist anti-war residents. So residency, yeah. So so both of you, that's what is your words to the fellow Ukrainian they are staying here in the Czech Republic? Thank you.
How I will overcome my fear. Firstly, my first thought is to say no. No, I'm not ready to speak in public. I am not ready to do anything. Just I will sit quietly somewhere, and that's all. But the second thought was, it's something I can personally do. I can spread awareness. I can ask you not to believe Russian propaganda, because everything is made up. This lie is like almost, I don't know, it's like if it was like in a fiction book, I would be surprised how people can take it seriously and support this. Like, you wake up on the 21st of February and hop, you're a Nazi that that should be destroyed, must be destroyed, must be exterminated. Can you imagine? You are just living your life. You walked your dog. You went to the work. You visited friends. You met your relatives. You had hobbies, and that all of a sudden you're a Nazi and you must be killed. And the danger of the situation that, according to this propaganda, any person can be this kind of Nazi. You must be destroyed just because you are part of some nationality. I must be killed because I am Ukrainian and I speak Ukrainian. And according to Russian propaganda, Ukraine doesn't exist, and the Ukrainian language doesn't exist, and everyone who thinks differently is a Nazi. So I think it's I needed to do this. I had to just to explain these obvious things to people. And actually, thank you for listening to me. So this is why I am here. This is what I can do to help my country. It's like my personal, my own battlefield.
Loretta, what you were asking me again? Can you ask me again? I forgot what I was supposed to say.
Yeah, knowing that you're working a lot on this issue and then you must collect a lot of ideas from the Ukrainian people. So what is your works to the fellow people?
All right. Well, I'm the feminist anti-war resistance and doxa. So we're trying actually to show to the people that don't understand what's happening, what's actually happening, and to help those that know what's happening. And very important moment was actually donate to army because we already met this thing that we're feminist anti-war resistance, yeah, so we should help women and children. Okay, firstly women, then the rest, kind of, yeah, I mean, logically. And we wanted to help to donate money from our first event, actually with the stories of Ukrainian women that were sharing them on this event, and we wanted to donate money to Ukrainian lawyers, women, and they rejected us, and they said donate to Ukrainian army, donate to Zelensky Foundation. So we did it. But it was a little bit weird at the moment, and then more and more information from Ukrainian women was appearing that, come on guys, I mean, you want to recover traumatized people or you want to stop the war? So, like everything starts at home. Every war starts as a domestic violence and manipulation from the government through the homes and the television or internet, Runet, whatever. So basically, when people are being repressed in their own families, I think they deserve to get something to protect themselves from the abusers. Like, we cannot say that, it's going to be sounding like a victim blaming, that, okay, yeah, this poor woman is being abused by this terrible man, and what we're going to do? We're going to probably talk about it. But come on, if you can give the weapon to the woman to protect herself, come on, wouldn't you? Really, like, wouldn't you give the weapon to the woman to protect herself? I would. So pacifism is a nice idea, but it's only the idea, and what we are talking about here and what we're experiencing in history now, I think, should be discussed as much as possible with real people from real places, with real experiences, and we have to just build it together and really hear the feedback from people, not just blindly feeding everybody when they don't want to be fed, but really have the communication, and I think that's how we together can fight the war, and the war as a word as well at some point. Maybe I'm a little bit looking too far ahead, but after talks like that and meeting people like all of you and Marina, I just simply believe that we're gonna succeed. So I guess that's all I want to say, and thank you very much for today's conference. One more thing. I have something for you. One moment. Just forgot to take. Yeah, this is actually the zine that we made for our first event with Ukrainian Stories Evening. And this is for you. There are 3 stories in 4 languages, so you can choose whatever language. And if you learn Czech, who knows, you can even try it there. Yeah, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. So.
you a
Thank
lot.
you very much.
And thank you for listening to me. Thank you for considering this. And thank you for being conscious. It's so important. Because in the world where so much lie that it was the reason to start the war and to kill a lot of people, to torture people, to just to bomb civilians, we should be conscious. We should realize where that white is white and black is black, and evil is still evil, no matter how what kind of masks it tries to wear. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much for an inspirative talk. And thank to both of you. It was great. And it was the last event of this conference. I would like to invite Loretta up here as well, because like she was unnecessary for this to go as well as it did. And thank you very much for helping me with the organization. It was
Loretta,
awesome and it helped a lot. And if you want to say something, you probably don't want to, but that you have.
I just want to say one thing. Can we all please come up to the stage and then we will take a picture together? Thank you. I mean, yeah, it's an event for all of us, and I'm so happy to see all of the guys and just everybody. I mean, yeah, but I'm sorry the cameraman have to take take the picture for us. Yeah, I mean, like it's maybe today we don't have a lot of audience, but I think it's the matter of we are exchanging very important ideas from the party to the associations and also to the people.